Hello, I am the Wizard of Tales, and I'm here to guide you today. I know this video is the perfect companion to help my dear dreamers relax and drift off to sleep. Before we dive into a world of calm and serenity, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get cozy, take a deep breath, and let the magic of stories embrace you. In the Tupi village, on the banks of the Rio Negro, where the green of the forest mixed with the water mirror, lived Iara, a 16-year-old girl who grew up listening to mystical stories about Vittoria Regia. Her long black hair danced in the breeze as she watched in fascination at the huge circular leaves floating on the river's surface like natural platforms, strong enough to support a small child. On that particular morning, the air was different. Elder Jurema, current guardian of Vittoria Regia and respected shaman of the village, had summoned the entire community to make an important announcement. His wrinkled eyes, which carried the wisdom of many moons, rested on Iara with an intensity that made the young woman shudder. The spirits have spoken, Jurema announced, her hoarse voice echoing through the circle of people. The time has come to choose the next guardian of Vittoria Regia, the one who will maintain the balance between our world and the realm of spirits. His gnarled fingers pointed directly at Yara. And they chose you, my girl. A murmur went through the village. Yara felt the weight of dozens of eyes on her, while her heart beat wildly. Since she was little, she knew the importance of Vittoria Regia, the sacred plant that, according to legends, was born from the love between the moon and a brave warrior. Its white flowers, which only opened at night, were considered portals to the spiritual world. Taina, her best friend, squeezed her hand in support, but Yara noticed a shadow of concern in her eyes. The last 3 candidates for guardians, Taina whispered, leaving the sentence incomplete. It didn't need to end. Everyone knew that the last young women chosen for the role had mysteriously disappeared during their initiation period. The preparation ritual would begin the next day with the new moon. Yara spent the rest of the day receiving blessings and advice from village members, including her father, Raoni, a respected fisherman who tried to hide his concern under a proud smile. At night, while the village slept, Yara escaped to the riverbank. The silver light of the moon illuminated the water lilies, their flowers slowly beginning to open, like white stars appearing on the surface of the water. It was then that she noticed a strange movement among the shadows of the forest. A dark, undefined figure glided through the trees, and an icy shiver ran down his spine. For a moment, Yara swore she saw red eyes glowing in the darkness, accompanied by a whisper that seemed to come from nowhere. The connection must be broken. Frightened, she ran back to her cave, where she spent the night awake, thinking about what she had witnessed. The next morning, during the beginning of her training with Jurema, the elderly woman noticed her restlessness. You saw something, didn't you? Asked Jurema, while preparing an herbal infusion. The signals are getting stronger. That's why your choice was so urgent. Jurema then revealed to Yara a disturbing truth. An ancient evil entity, known as Sombra das Aguas, was gaining strength. This creature, banished generations ago, by the first guardians of Victoria Regia, sought to destroy the bridge between the worlds, which would cause a catastrophic imbalance in both kingdoms. The other young women did not disappear by chance, Jurema explained, her face marked by sadness. The shadow of the waters took them, trying to prevent a new guardian from being chosen. But you, Yara, you are different. The spirits are sure of that. While absorbing these revelations, Yara began her training. Jurema taught her about the sacred properties of Victoria Regia, how each part of the plant had a specific purpose in maintaining spiritual balance. The deep roots represented the connection with the world of spirits. The circular leaves were the symbol of eternity, and the flowers, which changed color from white to pink, marked the passage between the worlds. But learning would not be easy. During the first lessons, Yara noticed that strange events began to multiply in the village. Fish appeared dead on the banks of the river, always with inexplicable marks. Children reported nightmares about a water creature, and even the bravest warriors avoided going near the river after sunset. One afternoon, while practicing the sacred chants with Jurema, Taina came running, panting and pale. The water lilies, some are dying. The leaves are turning black, as if something is poisoning them from the inside. Yara and Jurema ran to the riverbank, where they saw the truth in Taina's words. Several plants had dark spots that spread like ink in water. Jurema closed her eyes, murmuring old words of protection. "Time is running out," the old woman said, her voice thick with urgency. "The shadow of the waters is growing stronger faster than we imagined. Yara, your training will need to be accelerated. You must be ready before the next full moon." That night, lying in her hammock, Yara felt the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. Through the opening of the hollow, he could see the water lily pads in the distance, their flowers shining in the moonlight like beacons of hope. A gentle breeze carried the scent of night flowers, mixed with something else, an ancient smell of wet earth and long-buried secrets. She knew that it was not just her life that was at stake, but the fate of two worlds interconnected by the delicate bridge that Vittoria Regia represented. With this certainty in her heart, Yara made a silent oath to the stars. She would not be just another missing guardian. She would be the one who would face the shadow of the waters and protect the sacred legacy of her people. Sleep took a long time to come, lulled by the nocturnal song of the forest and the constant murmur of the river. In her restless dreams, Yara saw white flowers dancing over dark waters, while an ancient shadow waited in the depths, patient and relentless, preparing for the confrontation that was to come. Chapter 2. The next morning, Yara's training intensified. Jurema took her to a place further away from the village, where the water lilies grew in greater abundance. There, among the gigantic circular leaves, the elderly woman began to teach the deepest rituals of connection with the sacred plant. Each water lily has its own voice, explained Jurema as she walked barefoot on the muddy bank. To be a true guardian, you must learn to hear its whispers, feel its vital pulse as if it were your own beating heart. Yara watched carefully as the elderly woman demonstrated the ritual movements, her hands dancing over the surface of the water in precise and fluid gestures. The air around her seemed to vibrate with an ancient energy, and for a moment The young girl swore she saw a golden glow emanating from the flowers. For days, Yara practiced the sacred gestures and chants under Jurema's strict guidance. Her hands, previously hesitant, began to develop the same grace as the old woman's. Little by little, she began to notice subtle changes in her perception. Oh, the colors seemed more vivid, the sounds of the forest clearer, and most importantly, she began to feel a growing connection with the water lilies. Taina often attended training, bringing water and food, always keeping a respectful distance. One afternoon, while Yara was resting, her friend shared a disturbing discovery. The fisherman found more strange markings on the trees near the river, Taina whispered, her eyes wide with concern. They look like scratches, but no known animal would leave marks like that. And there's a smell, like something rotten coming from the depths. Jurema, who was listening to the conversation, frowned. The shadow of the waters is testing our defenses, looking for weak points. We need to speed up your training even more, Yara. That night, under the growing light of the moon, Jurema led Yara through a more complex ritual. The old woman prepared a special infusion using water lily petals and other sacred herbs, whose sweet and penetrating aroma filled the air. This is the ritual of the first vision, Jurema explained, handing over a small ceramic container containing the pearly liquid. Through it, you will be able to glimpse the spirit world for the first time and truly understand the nature of the threat we face. Yara drank the infusion, feeling heat spread throughout her body. Gradually, the world around him began to change. The colors became more intense, and she began to see luminous patterns floating in the air, like webs of light that connected all living things. The water lilies seemed to pulse with their own light, and Yara finally understood why they were considered bridges between the worlds. Through its flowers, she could see fragments of the spiritual world, ethereal figures dancing on the water, ancient presences that inhabited the forest. But then, something changed. A darkness began to spread across the water, like black paint staining a light fabric. The spiritual lights flickered, and Yara felt an ancient and evil presence approaching. The shadow of the waters had realized his initiation. Stay strong. Jurema's voice sounded distant. Do not let fear dominate you. Remember, you are the chosen one of the spirits. The darkness took on a vaguely humanoid shape, with red eyes that Yara recognized from the night before. The creature emanated an ancient hatred, and terrible images invaded the young woman's mind. Visions of the other guardians dragged into the depths, their voices silenced forever in the dark waters. But something inside Yara refused to give in to fear. Remembering Jurema's teachings, she began to sing the sacred chants, her fingers tracing the protective symbols in the air. The water lilies responded, their glow intensifying, forming a barrier of light between it and the creature. The shadow of the waters retreated, but not before projecting one last thought into Yara's mind. You cannot protect the connection forever, little guardian. The spirit's time is running out. When the vision ended, Yara found herself panting on the banks of the river, with Jurema and Taina by her side. The experience had been more real and intense than anything she could have imagined. You were very brave, Jurema said, pride evident in her voice. Few can maintain consciousness for so long in their first vision, but this also means that our time is even shorter than imagined. The shadow of the waters is stronger than ever. In the days that followed, Yara delved even deeper into her training. Jurema taught her about the healing properties of different parts of the water lily, how to use its energy to strengthen the barrier between the worlds, and the ancient protective spells passed down through generations of guardians. But as his powers grew, so did the signs of the water shadow's evil influence. More water lily pads had dark stains, and the nightmares of the village children became more frequent and vivid. The river itself seemed darker and more threatening, its waters moving with an unnatural restlessness. One afternoon, while practicing her healing techniques on a sick Vittoria Regia, Yara made a surprising discovery. When he touched one of the stained leaves, he got a glimpse of the past. He saw the first battle between the ancient guardians and the shadow of the waters, and he understood that there was more to the story than Jurema had revealed. The entity was not simply an evil spirit. It was something that had been created by the imbalance between the worlds, born of the very corruption of natural harmony. And perhaps, Yara thought, this understanding was the key to finding a way to defeat her definitively, instead of just containing her as the Guardians had been doing for generations. Chapter 3. With her new discovery about the true nature of Sombra das Aguas, Yara decided to investigate further. During his training sessions with Jurema, he began to ask more specific questions about the past, trying to better understand the origin of that ancient threat. Jurema, she began, as they practiced purifying an affected water lily. Why were the ancient guardians unable to completely destroy the shadow of the waters? The old woman stopped her movements, her eyes fixed on the dark water. Some things cannot be destroyed, Yara. They are part of the natural balance, even if they represent the dark side of that balance. But Yara was not satisfied with the answer. During the night, while everyone slept, she began making secret visits to a sacred site that Jurema had mentioned, a small cave near the source of the river, where ancient cave paintings told stories of the past. By the light of a small torch, Yara studied the symbols on the walls. Taina, who insisted on accompanying her despite the risks, helped decipher the images. The paintings showed a time when the world of spirits and the world of humans were one, until something caused a traumatic separation. Look at this, whispered Taina, pointing to a sequence of symbols. It seems that the shadow of the waters emerged precisely from this separation, like a wound that never completely healed. The revelation hit Yara like lightning. That's why she wants to destroy the connection, because the very existence of the bridge between the worlds makes her suffer, constantly reminding her of the separation. His nightly studies were interrupted by a distant scream coming from the village. Rushing back, they found a terrifying scene. Several water lily pads had been completely corrupted, their once white flowers now coal black, spreading a dark substance across the water. Jurema was at the riverbank, performing containment rituals with other village elders. When he saw Yara, his eyes shone with a mixture of concern and urgency. The water shadow is moving faster than we anticipated. It is trying to poison the plants before you complete your training. That night, gathered in a sacred circle. Jurema shared knowledge that he had kept for years. There is an ancient ritual, she explained, that can strengthen the connection between the worlds in a way that has never been attempted before. But it is extremely dangerous and requires a sacrifice. Yara's heart accelerated when she heard the word sacrifice, but she remained firm. What kind of sacrifice? The guardian must become one with the Victoria Regia, replied Jurema, her voice trembling slightly. Fusing your own essence with the sacred plant. The ancient stories say that only one guardian has attempted this before, and she disappeared between the worlds. Taina grabbed Yara's arm. No, there must be another way. But Yara was already thinking about the implications of her discovery in the cave. If the shadow of the waters had arisen from the separation of the worlds, perhaps the solution was not to fight it, but rather to heal the ancient wound that created it. The following days were intense. As the evil influence of the shadow of the waters spread across the river, Yara divided her time between traditional training with Jurema and her own research into the ancient ritual. She learned that water lily pads weren't just bridges between worlds. They were also guardians of ancestral memories. Each flower contained fragments of the story of the separation. And through deep meditation, Yara began to access these memories. One night, during a particularly intense session of communing with plants, Yara had a revealing vision. He saw the exact moment of the separation of the worlds. It had not been an act of evil, but a decision made to protect both kingdoms from a power that was becoming unstable. The separation was a protective measure, she explained to Jurema and Taina, but it created an imbalance that gave rise to the shadow of the waters. If we can restore the original balance, not by destroying the separation, but by harmonizing it, Jurema completed his thought. Perhaps we can transform the very nature of the shadow of the waters. Time, however, was running out. The corruption of the water lilies was spreading more rapidly, and the ancestral spirits were sending increasingly urgent signals through dreams and visions. That was when Yara realized that she would need to adapt the old ritual. Rather than simply merging with the Victoria Regia, it would need to use this connection to create a new form of bridge between the worlds, one that would not keep the realms separate, but would allow them to coexist in harmony. It's risky, warned Jurema, after hearing Yara's plan. Not only will you be risking your life, but you will also be tampering with forces that hold the very fabric of reality together. Yara looked at the water lilies that still resisted, their white flowers shining like stars in the dark water. Sometimes, she said, her voice thick with determination, you have to risk everything to restore balance. Chapter 4. With the decision made, Yara and Jurema began preparations for the adapted ritual. The elderly woman gathered rare sacred herbs, while Taina helped collect water lily flowers that had not yet been corrupted. The air was thick with the tension of what was to come. For 3 days and 3 nights, Yara fasted, purifying her body and spirit. In her hollow, she meditated deeply, connecting more and more with the essence of the water lilies. The visions became more frequent and clearer, showing him fragments of the past and glimpses of possible futures. In the village, signs of the influence of the shadow of the waters became more evident. The sky remained constantly cloudy, and a dark fog hung over the river. The animals in the forest began to behave strangely, and even the most resilient birds abandoned the region. The day before the ritual, Taina found Yara alone by the river. "I'm afraid of losing you," her friend confessed, tears shining in her eyes. "How will I know if you're okay when you're there?" Yara smiled softly, taking out a small seed necklace that she always carried with her. "Here," she said, placing it around Taina's neck. "As long as these seeds glow, you will know that I am alive, no matter what world I am in." At dusk, Jurema led Yara to a specially prepared circle of water lily pads. The oldest and wisest flowers had been arranged in a specific pattern, their white petals reflecting the last glow of the departing day. "Remember," Jurema instructed, while preparing the ritual infusion, "you are not trying to dominate the shadow of the waters, but rather to understand and transform it. Strength does not always overcome darkness. Sometimes it is compassion that lights the way." The entire village gathered to witness the ritual. Rauni, Yara's father, approached for one last blessing. His voice choked with emotion as he whispered ancient words of protection into his daughter's ear. When the moon reached its highest point in the sky, Yara drank the infusion prepared by Jurema and entered the water. The liquid was strangely warm, as if it were alive. She swam to the center of the water lily circle, where the oldest and largest flower awaited her. Following the instructions of the adapted ritual, Yara began to sing the sacred chants, but this time she incorporated elements that she had learned in her research into the ancient separation of the worlds. His voice, clear and strong, echoed through the night, making the waters vibrate in response. The water lily pads began to pulse with their own light, at first gently, then with increasing intensity. Yara felt her consciousness expanding as if every cell in her body was becoming part of the water, the plants, the very air around her. It was then that she felt the presence of the water shadow approaching. This time, however, instead of trying to resist or fight, Yara opened her mind to the entity, allowing herself to feel her ancestral pain, her loneliness, her anger at the forced separation of the worlds. "I understand your pain," projected Yara in thought, as her body began to merge with the water lily. Separation doesn't have to be a wound. It can be a dance, a balance between light and shadow. Darkness completely enveloped Yara, and for a terrifying moment, she lost all sense of her own being. It was as if he had become part of the river itself, flowing between worlds without form or substance. On the bank, Taina clutched the seed necklace, which still glowed softly, while Jurema continued the protective chants. The water in the river began to move in strange patterns, and multicolored lights danced beneath its surface. Within the darkness, Yara found herself face to face with the true form of the shadow of the waters, not a creature of evil, but a being of pure longing, born from the trauma of separation. Through her new perspective, she could see how the entity had been shaped by pain and fear. Gently, Yara extended her expanded consciousness towards the shadow of the waters. "We don't need to be enemies," she communicated through the bond they now shared. "We can be guardians together, maintaining the balance between light and dark, between separation and unity. The transformation began slowly. The dark waters began to lighten, not returning to their original transparency, but taking on a new quality, like a twilight reflected on the surface of the river. The shadow of the waters, for the first time in countless generations, began to change. Yara felt every moment of the transformation in her own being. His consciousness was now completely intertwined with the water lily, and through it, he could feel the currents of energy that flowed between the worlds. It was no longer just a bridge. It was part of the very fabric that connected realities. The corrupted water lilies began to heal, their blackened flowers gradually returning to life, but with a new characteristic. In addition to the traditional white, they now displayed soft shades of deep blue, as if they carried within them both light and shadow. On the riverbank, members of the village watched in amazement as the world seemed to transform around them. The dark fog that had covered the region began to dissipate, but not completely. It remained a thin layer of mystery, reminding everyone that darkness also had its place in the great cycle of life. Chapter 5. Dawn brought with it a new reality for the village. Yara emerged from the waters transformed, not only in spirit, but also in appearance. His black hair now showed bluish reflections that were reminiscent of the night sky, and his eyes carried a depth that seemed to contain both light and shadow. The transformation of the shadow of the waters continued to reverberate throughout the environment. The river, once a place of fear and mystery, now pulsed with a different energy, still mysterious, but welcoming. Water lily pads bloomed with renewed vigor, their petals blending shades of white and deep blue in a mesmerizing pattern. Jurema was the first to approach Yara when she finally returned to shore. The old woman studied her pupil with amazed eyes, recognizing in her something that went beyond the traditional role of guardian. You didn't just protect the bridge between the worlds, Jurema said, her voice thick with emotion. You created a new form of harmony. Taina ran to hug her friend, noticing that the seed necklace was still shining, but now with a light that swayed gently, like the river itself. How do you feel? She asked, worried about the visible changes in Yara. Different, Yara replied, her voice carrying a soft echo of the waters. It's as if I could feel every drop of the river, every petal of the water lilies, the shadow of the waters. It is now part of me, just as I am part of it. In the days that followed, the village witnessed profound changes. The children's nightmares ceased, replaced by vibrant dreams that blended reality and fantasy. The animals began to return to the forest, but their behaviors were different, more conscious, as if they too had been touched by the new harmony between the worlds. Iara discovered that her powers had expanded in unexpected ways. In addition to communicating with the water lilies, she could now perceive the currents of energy that flowed between the worlds. His presence calmed the troubled waters, and when necessary, he could call upon the ancient strength of the shadow of the waters, no longer as a threat, but as an ally in maintaining balance. During full moon nights, an extraordinary phenomenon began to occur. The water lily pads emitted a glow that created bridges of light over the water, allowing glimpses of the spiritual world to be visible to all. Ancestral spirits danced on the flowers, no longer separated by an insurmountable barrier, but sharing moments of communion with the world of the living. Jurima spent her last days teaching Iara the new aspects of her role. You are not just a traditional guardian, the elder explained. You have become something new, a weaver of worlds. Your task is to maintain not the separation, but the dance between light and shadow, between material and spiritual. As news of the transformation spread, other villages began sending representatives to learn from Yara. She shared her wisdom, teaching that true strength lay not in rejecting darkness, but in understanding it as an essential part of the whole. Taina became his first official apprentice, demonstrating a natural sensitivity to the new balance. Together, they began to develop new rituals that honored both light and shadow, recognizing that both were necessary for the harmony of the universe. 1 year after the transformation, during a special ceremony, Iara led the entire village in a renewal ritual. The waters of the river shone with multicolored lights, and the water lilies seemed to dance to the rhythm of ancestral songs. The weak shadow of the waters, now a serene and protective presence, appeared as a soft veil of mystery over the river. Our history has taught us that there is no light without shadow, no harmony without understanding, said Yara to those present. True power is not in dominating or destroying, but in transforming and integrating. Yara's legacy extended far beyond her village. The stories of its transformation and the new harmony it brought were passed down from generation to generation. Lily pads, with their bicolored flowers, have become a living symbol of this new understanding that deeper beauty emerges when we learn to embrace all aspects of existence. And so, on the banks of the Rio Negro, where once fear and separation reigned, now a new form of wisdom flourished. The waters ran free, carrying in their depths no longer an ancient threat, but a renewed promise of balance and understanding. Iara continued her work as a weaver of worlds, her nights spent among the water lilies, her hands gently weaving the threads that connected all aspects of reality. And on full moon nights, when the flowers opened to the starry sky, those who watched closely could see a young girl dancing on the water, her dark hair mingled with light, reminding everyone that in the depths of every shadow, there is a light waiting to be discovered. The legend of Vittoria Regia gained a new chapter, no longer a story of separation and conflict, but a testimony to the power of understanding and transformation. And in the waters of the Rio Negro, the flowers continue to bloom, carrying in their petals the memory of the girl who dared to see beyond the darkness and found in the depths of the waters a greater truth that transcended the very division between light and shadow. The icy wind blew across the snowy plains of Midgard, carrying with it the ancient whispers of the stories the elders told about the magnificent bridge that connected the world of men to the golden realm of the gods. Astrid, a young warrior with hair as red as fire and eyes as green as the aurora borealis, watched the horizon where the crystalline glow of the Bifrost cut through the sky. Ever since she was a little girl, Astrid grew up listening to stories about Heimdall, the divine guardian who stood vigilant at his golden post, his eyes able to see every leaf that moved in the 9 worlds, and his ears so sharp that they could hear the wool growing on the sheep. Stories had always fascinated her, but never as much as at that moment when her small village was facing a threat that seemed beyond mortal comprehension. Mysterious shadows had begun to materialize at the edge of the nearby forest, creatures that didn't belong in Midgard, and that brought with them a cold unlike normal winter, a cold that froze the very soul. The elders whispered that they were harbingers of Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, but Astrid refused to accept that the end was near without at least trying to do something about it. It was during one particularly dark night that she met Eric, a mysterious traveler who arrived in the village carrying with him an unusual knowledge of the ancient runes and the secret paths between the worlds. His golden eyes seemed to hold ancient secrets, and his presence caused a mixture of fascination and distrust among the locals. The ancient barriers between the worlds are crumbling, Eric explained during a meeting in the communal hall, his deep voice echoing off the wooden walls as the fire crackled in the central fireplace. What you've been seeing are just the first signs of something much bigger approaching. Astrid realized that Eric was no simple traveler when she saw him trace runes in the air that glowed momentarily before dissolving like mist. There was something divine about his presence, something she couldn't explain, but which resonated with the stories her grandmother used to tell about the Aesir, the gods who inhabited Asgard. The shadows began to grow bolder, venturing closer and closer to the houses at night. Children disappeared, cattle were found frozen in the fields, and a blanket of fear began to cover the village like an icy shroud. That's when Eric revealed his true purpose there. There is a way to stop this, he told Astrid privately, as they both watched the aurora borealis dance across the night sky, its colors reflecting similarly to those of Bifrost. But it will require a journey to Asgard, and I can't do it alone. The revelation that Eric was actually an emissary of Odin, sent to find a mortal worthy of crossing the Bifrost, struck Astrid like a bolt from the blue. The ancient prophecy spoke of a time when the worlds would need to unite to avoid their premature destruction before the appointed time for Ragnarok. Why me? Asked Astrid, her heart pounding at the prospect of walking across the rainbow bridge, of seeing the golden realm of the gods with her own eyes. Because you still believe, replied Eric simply. When everyone else lost faith, you kept the flame of the old stories alive in your heart. What's more, you carry in your veins the blood of the ancient seers, those who could see through the veils between the worlds. The revelation about her own lineage surprised Astrid, but it explained the strange dreams she had always had, the occasional visions that had haunted her since childhood. Her grandmother, before leaving for Odin's Hall, had told her that one day she would understand her true purpose. While Eric explained the dangers of the journey that awaited them, Astrid watched the horizon where the Bifrost occasionally flickered. Crossing the bridge would not simply be a matter of walking over it. The structure itself was alive in its own way, responding only to those who were worthy, and burning anyone else who dared to attempt the crossing without permission. Heimdall is watching us right now, said Eric, his golden eyes reflecting the northern lights. He knows we've come and why we're here, but even with his approval, the journey will not be easy. There are ancient forces that do not wish mortals to reach Asgard, even if it is to prevent a catastrophe. The shadows in the forest seemed to grow thicker with these words, as if responding to the mention of their existence. Astrid felt the weight of responsibility fall on her shoulders. It wasn't just her village that was in danger, but the entire fabric that held the 9 worlds in balance. When do we leave? She asked, her determination growing with each passing moment. At dawn, Eric replied, when the first rays of sunlight touch the Bifrost, turning it into a path of liquid fire across the heavens. It will be our best chance of making the crossing without being noticed by those who want to stop us. That night, while the village slept, Astrid prepared for the journey that would change not only her life, but potentially the fate of all 9 worlds. In her room, she packed only the essentials, some provisions, a small dagger she had inherited from her grandmother, and an amulet with ancient runes that she had always carried with her. The weight of what was to come kept her awake, her thoughts turning to all the stories she had heard about Asgard, about the gods and their eternal battles against the forces of chaos. Now, she would be part of those stories, for better or worse. Before the first ray of sunlight touched the horizon, Astrid was already on her feet, adjusting the small leather bag on her back. Eric was waiting for her at the edge of the village, his tall, imposing silhouette outlined against the still starry sky. The air was colder than usual, and a thick mist covered the ground like a ghostly carpet. The shadows are restless, Eric murmured, his golden eyes scanning the darkness of the forest. They know what we intend to do. Astrid followed his gaze and noticed subtle movements among the trees, as if the darkness itself were alive and aware. They began their journey in silence, following an ancient path that few still knew. Eric explained that it was one of the ancient routes used by pilgrims who, in ancient times, sought the blessing of the gods. As they advanced, Astrid noticed that the stones along the path were marked with runes worn away by time. Each rune is a prayer, explained Eric, touching one of the markings with reverence, and also a warning. Not everyone who has attempted this journey has survived to tell the tale. His words made Astrid shudder, but they didn't diminish her determination. The sun was just beginning to rise when they reached a circular clearing, perfectly formed, as if it had been designed by divine hands. In the center, a circle of ancient stones formed an intricate pattern that Astrid recognized from her grandmother's stories. It was an anchor point, a place where the Bifrost occasionally touched Midgard. Eric began to trace runes in the air, this time with more complexity than Astrid had ever seen before. Each symbol glowed with its own light before connecting to the others, forming a web of golden energy that hung over their heads. The air began to vibrate with an ancient and powerful energy. When the Bifrost descends, Eric instructed, his voice taking on a more formal tone, you will only have a few moments to cross. The bridge will recognize your ancient blood, but it will still be dangerous. Don't look down. Don't stop walking, and above all, don't doubt. The first ray of sun broke through the horizon, and with it came a spectacle that Astrid would never forget. The Bifrost descended from the sky like a cascade of colors, its sparkling crystals reflecting every color imaginable, and some she didn't even know existed. The impact of the bridge touching the stone circle made the ground tremble beneath their feet. But they weren't alone. The shadows of the forest condensed, taking on more defined shapes, ancient, malevolent creatures that moved like black smoke towards them. Eric drew a sword that glowed with a light of its own, positioning himself between Astrid and the creatures. "Run!" he shouted, his voice thundering with divine power. "I'll keep them busy. You need to get to Asgard." Astrid hesitated only for a moment before starting her run towards the bridge. Her feet touched the crystals of the Bifrost, and she immediately felt the ancient power flowing through her. It was like walking on solidified light, each step sending ripples of energy through the structure. The wind howled around her, carrying echoes of ancient voices and fragments of long-forgotten stories. Through the storm of colors and sounds, she could hear the sounds of battle below. Eric facing the dark creatures with his gleaming sword. As she climbed, Midgard fell behind, and Astrid found herself crossing the stars themselves. The cold of the space between the worlds was unlike anything she had ever experienced. But the ancient blood in her veins protected her, keeping her warm and aware. Suddenly, one of the dark creatures managed to escape from Eric and started climbing up the Bifrost after her. Astrid could feel its evil presence approaching, the unnatural cold emanating from the creature, threatening to freeze her footsteps. She remembered Eric's words. "Don't stop, don't doubt." Instinctively, she touched the amulet around her neck, and the ancient runes engraved on it began to glow. A wave of heat spread through her body, and she heard a cry of pain behind her. The Bifrost crystals had responded to her presence, burning the creature from the shadows that had dared to pursue her. In front of her, through the veil of rainbow colors, Astrid began to glimpse something that made her heart stop for a moment. The golden gates of Asgard, shining with a light that was not of this world. And there, an imposing figure awaited her arrival. Heimdall, the Guardian, his golden armor reflecting the colors of the Bifrost. The air became thinner, and each step required more effort. Astrid could feel the weight of the distance between the worlds, reality itself distorting around her, but she pressed on, driven by the urgency of her mission and the knowledge that Eric was still fighting below to ensure her passage. The voices on the wind became clearer. They were the whispers of the gods, watching her journey, judging her courage and determination. Astrid kept her eyes fixed on the goal, even as tempting visions and unimaginable terrors danced in the periphery of her vision, trying to distract her from the path. Finally, with one last effort, Astrid reached the golden platform where Heimdall was waiting. The Guardian of the Worlds was even more impressive than the stories described. Tall as a mountain, his golden skin reflected the light of Asgard's suns, and his eyes contained the knowledge of ages. "Welcome, daughter of Midgard." His voice rang out like distant thunder. "We have long awaited your arrival." Heimdall turned his omniscient gaze to the Bifrost, where Eric could still be seen fighting against the shadows. With a flick of his golden sword, a wave of light descended across the bridge, scattering the creatures of darkness. Eric emerged moments later, his form changing subtly as he ascended, his mortal disguise shedding to reveal Tyr, the god of justice and war. Astrid felt her heart skip a beat as she realized that she had been traveling all this time in the company of a deity. The shadows are becoming bolder, observed Tyr, joining them on the platform. They've never tried to follow someone through Bifrost before. His golden gaze met Astrid's. You proved your worth on the crossing, young seer. Heimdall gestured, and a portal opened before them, revealing a path that led to the heart of Asgard. Astrid could barely take in the magnificence of what she saw. Palaces of gold and crystal floated among amber clouds, connected by bridges of light. Trees with silver leaves swayed in a wind that carried ancient melodies. And in the sky, unknown constellations danced in hypnotic patterns. The father of all awaits in Valhalla, announced Heimdall. He wishes to hear personally about the shadows that threaten Midgard. Astrid felt the weight of responsibility grow on her shoulders. She was about to meet Odin, the most powerful of the gods. As they walked through the streets of Asgard, Einherjar warriors bowed their heads in respect to Tyr and looked curiously at the mortal woman who accompanied them. Valkyries flew overhead on their winged horses, their silver armor glittering in the eternally golden light of the divine realm. The shadows that have plagued your village, Tyr explained as they advanced, are fragments of something much older and more dangerous, something that should remain dormant until the real Ragnarok. His expression turned grim. Someone is trying to awaken forces that should remain sealed. Astrid absorbed every detail around her, from the runes that pulsed on the walls of the buildings to the ravens of Odin that occasionally crossed the sky. Why now? She asked. Why choose our village? Your village holds ancient secrets, replied Tyr. Its very existence is no coincidence. The seers of your lineage were appointed as guardians long ago. Even if they have forgotten their purpose, they approached Valhalla, a palace so vast that it seemed to touch the stars themselves. Its doors, made of interlaced golden shields, opened silently at their approach. Inside, the hall seemed to stretch on endlessly, with thousands of tables, where fallen warriors feasted eternally. The path took them to Odin's throne, where the father of all was waiting. His one eye shone with ancient wisdom, and two ravens, Hugin and Munin, perched on his shoulders. At his side was Frigg, his wife, whose gentle gaze somewhat reassured Astrid's nervousness. The daughter of the seers returns to Asgard. Odin's voice filled the hall. After so many generations, the ancient blood awakens again. He stood up, his cloak of stars floating around him. But time is cruel to us. The shadows you saw are only the beginning. Frigg approached Astrid, gently touching her face. Your grandmother served the gods well, child. She knew this day would come, and prepared for it in the only way she could, by keeping the old stories alive. What's really going on? Astrid found the courage to ask. Why are the barriers between the worlds weakening? Odin made a gesture, and the air between them turned into a web of images. The 9 worlds connected by Yggdrasil, the world tree. Something is eating away at the roots of reality itself, he explained. An ancient curse, sealed millennia ago, is being awakened before its time. Loki, whispered Tyr, and the name seemed to make the flames of the torches tremble. Yes, confirmed Odin. Even in his chains, he has found a way to spread his chaos. His agents work in the shadows, weakening the seals that maintain the order of the worlds. Frigg took Astrid's hands between his. That's why you were brought here. The blood of the seers carries an ancient magic, capable of strengthening the barriers between worlds. But to fully awaken this power, you will need to undertake a dangerous journey, a journey into the nether realms, Odin added, his eyes shining brightly, to find the source of the corruption and seal it away again before it's too late. Astrid felt the weight of fate on her shoulders, but also a growing determination. Her grandmother's stories, the visions she'd always had, her natural instinct to protect. It all made sense now. She was part of something bigger, a crucial piece in a battle that spanned the ages. What do I need to do? She asked, her voice steady, despite the fear she felt. Odin rose from his throne and walked over to an ancient tapestry that covered one of Valhalla's walls. With a gesture, the woven images came to life, revealing a deep cavern in the far reaches of Niflheim, the realm of darkness and eternal mist. The source of corruption is there, he explained, where the deepest roots of Yggdrasil touch the primordial void. Loki has found a way to poison these roots through his agents, but only someone with the blood of the seers can reach this place without succumbing to the madness that permeates those depths. Frigg led Astrid to a side altar where 3 objects rested: a dagger with runes engraved on its blade, a vial containing a liquid that glowed like liquid stars, and a necklace with a crystal that seemed to contain an aurora borealis inside. These are sacred tools, said the goddess, forged at the dawn of time for moments like this. The dagger can cut through the veils between worlds. The elixir will keep your essence intact in the depths. And the necklace. She paused meaningfully. The necklace contains a spark of Bifrost itself, capable of illuminating even the deepest darkness. Tyr approached, his presence emanating strength and determination. I will accompany you to the gates of Niflheim, but beyond that point, you must go alone. The ancient laws are clear. Only the blood of seers can directly interfere with the roots of the world tree. As Astrid absorbed all this information, a sudden tremor shook the hall. Through the windows of Valhalla, she saw strange ripples running through the fabric of reality, as if the very air was shattering. Time is running out, Odin declared gravely. The shadows are growing stronger. If the roots of Yggdrasil are completely corrupted, the 9 worlds will begin to disintegrate. Heimdall, who had remained silent until then, spoke. The barriers between the worlds are thinner than they have ever been. I can see the shadows moving even in the most sacred corners of Asgard. Astrid took the 3 sacred objects, feeling the ancient power that emanated from them. The necklace, when it touched her skin, emitted a soft glow that seemed to resonate with something in her own blood. The dagger had a comforting weight in his hand, and the flask emanated a gentle warmth. How will I know what to do when I get there? She asked, the reality of her mission beginning to weigh on her shoulders. Your blood will know, Frigg replied softly. Seers have always carried the necessary knowledge in their own souls. When the time comes, you will understand. Odin made a gesture, and part of the hall transformed, revealing a dark portal that seemed to suck in the very light around it. This is the way to Niflheim, he explained. Through it, you and Tyr will be able to travel quickly to the limits of that dark realm. Before they could leave, Frigg took Astrid's hands once more. There is something else you should know, said the goddess, her voice laden with concern. In the depths of Niflheim, you will find more than shadows and corruption. You will find truths about your own lineage, about the true purpose of the seers. Be prepared to face these revelations. Astrid nodded, sensing that there was much more to the goddess's words than she was revealing. Tyr placed a hand on her shoulder, signaling that it was time to leave. One last thing, said Odin, his eyes shining brightly. In the depths, you will hear voices. You will see tempting or terrifying visions. Remember, not everything your eyes see or your ears hear is real. Trust your blood, the ancestral knowledge that runs through your veins. With these words of warning echoing in her mind, Astrid followed Tyr towards the portal. Darkness immediately enveloped them, and she felt as if she were falling through an endless abyss. The necklace around her neck glowed brighter, creating a protective bubble of light around her. The journey through the portal was like sailing through an ocean of shadows. Occasionally, Astrid glimpsed fragments of other worlds through cracks in reality. The fiery forges of Muspelheim, the icy halls of Jotunheim, the mysterious depths of Svartalfheim. Each vision lasted only an instant before being swallowed up again by darkness. Tyr stayed close, his divine presence serving as an anchor in the storm of chaos that surrounded them. Keep your focus, he instructed. Niflheim will try to confuse your senses from the moment we arrive. It's a realm of illusions and eternal mist. As they advanced, Astrid began to feel a change in the air around them. The cold became more intense, more penetrating, and the darkness began to give way to a thick, gray mist. They were approaching their destination. The portal opened onto a desolate plain covered in a perpetual mist that snaked around them as if it had a life of its own. The ground beneath their feet was a mixture of ice and black rock, and the air carried indistinct whispers that seemed to come from every direction. Here we part, said Tyr, his imposing figure contrasting with the bleak landscape. Follow the call of your blood. It will guide you to the corrupted roots. His golden eyes met Astrid's one last time before he disappeared into the mist. Alone in Niflheim, Astrid felt the full weight of her mission. The necklace around her neck pulsed gently, its light creating a faint path through the darkness. She began to walk, using the sacred dagger to cut through the webs of mist that tried to surround her. Odin's words echoed in her mind as she advanced. Not everything she would see or hear would be real. This warning proved vital when the first illusions began to manifest. He saw his village in flames, heard the cries of its inhabitants, but the pulse of ancient blood in his veins showed him the truth behind the visions. The terrain began to descend, taking her deeper and deeper into the realm of shadows. The walls of the cave that appeared in front of her were covered in ancient runes that glowed faintly, as if responding to her presence. Some she recognized from her grandmother's stories, others seemed older than language itself. As she descended, the roots of Yggdrasil began to appear, running through the rocky walls like gigantic veins. But something was wrong. Dark spots spread across them like a disease, and a black, viscous liquid dripped from their wounds. It was then that the voices began, no longer indistinct whispers, but clear words that promised power, knowledge, the ability to change the fate of the 9 worlds. Astrid recognized this as another attempt to confuse her and reached for the vial of star elixir, taking a small sip that instantly cleared her mind. In the heart of the cave, she found what she was looking for, a nexus where several of Yggdrasil's main roots met. At the center of this confluence, a shadowy figure worked, his hands emanating an evil energy that seeped into the roots. It was one of Loki's agents, a creature who had once been a dark elf before giving himself over to corruption. "I was expecting you, daughter of the seers," the creature spoke, its voice a mixture of several different voices. "Have you come to try and stop the inevitable?" Astrid held up the sacred dagger, its glow intensifying in the presence of the darkness. "It's not inevitable," she replied. "Ragnarok has its own time, and it's not now." The creature laughed, a sound that made the very roots tremble. "Your lineage was always so presumptuous, thinking they could maintain the natural order of things. But do you know why you were really chosen? Why did the gods entrust this power to mortals?" Before Astrid could react, visions flooded her mind. She saw the first seers, saw how they were created, not just to protect, but to serve as living anchors, keeping reality stable through their own suffering. He saw his grandmother carrying the weight of this knowledge in silence until the end. "They made you slaves," the creature continued, "living chains to maintain their precious order." But something in the visions caught Astrid's attention. It wasn't slavery she saw, but a choice. The first seers had accepted their role voluntarily, understanding the importance of balance between the worlds. Her grandmother didn't carry a burden, but a purpose. The ancestral knowledge in her blood awoke fully, and Astrid finally understood what she needed to do. She lifted the necklace containing the Bifrost spark, its glow intensifying until it was almost blinding. The sacred light of the rainbow bridge was anathema to the shadows, and the creature recoiled with a cry of pain. Taking advantage of this moment, Astrid began to sing. Not an ordinary song, but an ancient chant that arose naturally from her ancestral memories. The runes on her dagger responded, glowing in sync with her singing, and she began to trace symbols in the air that materialized in pure light. The creature tried to stop her, casting shadows that were dispersed by the glow of the necklace. Yggdrasil's roots began to pulse with new energy, responding to the power of the seer's blood. The corruption began to recede, burned away by the sacred light emanating from the symbols that Astrid continued to trace. With one fluid movement, she drove the dagger into the center of the nexus of roots, completing the circle of runes. A wave of energy exploded from the point of impact, purifying the roots and dispelling the shadows. The creature let out one last scream before collapsing into black mist. The silence that followed was profound, broken only by the soft pulsing of the now healed roots, Astrid felt the ancient power ebb away, leaving her exhausted but satisfied. She had fulfilled her purpose, not as a slave of the gods, but as a guardian by choice. The path back to the surface seemed shorter, as if Niflheim itself recognized her victory and helped her on her journey. Tyr was waiting for her where they had parted, a smile of approval on his divine face. The barriers between the worlds are already beginning to strengthen, he said. Not only have you prevented corruption, but you have also fully awakened the power of your bloodline. When they returned to Asgard, Astrid was greeted like a true hero. Odin and Frigg were waiting for her in Valhalla, along with Heimdall and the other gods, but her thoughts were already in her village, with the people who needed her protection. Your place is in Midgard, said Frigg gently, noticing her thoughts. But now you fully understand your role as guardian. Astrid nodded. Feeling at peace with her destiny, she returned to her village, not just as an awakened seer, but as a living bridge between the worlds, ready to maintain the balance and protect the ancient stories that she now knew were much more than just tales. The shadows had retreated, but she knew that other threats would come, and when they did, she would be ready, carrying with her the knowledge of the ancients and the strength of her own choice to be a guardian of the 9 worlds. Night fell over the small town of Ballymoss like a heavy, black velvet blanket, bringing with it that peculiar stillness that only the small towns in the Irish countryside know. Seamus O'Brien, a man in his 40s with premature gray hair and tired green eyes, adjusted his security uniform badge as he walked toward the old warehouse where he had worked for 15 years as a night guard. The building, a century-old red brick construction with arched windows, now housed an import and export company. During the day, it was a busy place, full of employees running back and forth with documents and goods. But at night, at night, was Seamus's private kingdom, where only the echo of his footsteps and the occasional creaking of the floorboards broke the silence. That particular night, something in the air felt different. Maybe it was the way the full moon cast long shadows across the dusty windows, or maybe it was that peculiar smell of wet earth that lingered in the room, even though it hadn't rained in the last few days. Seamus shook his head, trying to shake off the feeling of restlessness that had accompanied him since he left home. In his small monitoring room, he organized his nightly routine, as he always did. Coffee thermoses on the table, flashlight checked, radio communicator tested. He picked up his worn notebook, where he recorded any occurrence during his shift, a habit he maintained more out of stubbornness than necessity, as nothing noteworthy happened rarely. It was during his first round, around 11 p.m., that he noticed the first irregularity. A toolbox that was always kept in the third-floor storage room was inexplicably in the middle of the second-floor hallway. Seamus frowned, trying to remember if an employee could have left it there during work hours. Unlikely. He always did a thorough check before starting his shift, and that box definitely wasn't there before. It must have been Pete, he muttered to himself, referring to the afternoon janitor, although he knew Pete was too meticulous to leave anything out of place. Even so, he placed the box back in its original place and made a note in his notebook. The following hours brought more inexplicable events. A swivel chair that he swore he saw in one room appeared in another. Documents that were perfectly stacked on a table were scattered across the floor, although all the windows were closed, making the wind impossible. Around 3 in the morning, Seamus started hearing sounds. It wasn't the normal noises of an old building settling down, but rather muffled giggling and what sounded like the sound of hooves on the wooden floor. Your first instinct was to call the police, but what would you say? That there was laughter and the sound of hooves in a closed building? It was then that he saw something that made him question his own sanity. In the reflection of one of the windows in the 4th floor corridor, for a fraction of a second, he thought he saw a creature. It wasn't big, maybe the size of a pony, but its shape seemed to be constantly changing, like smoke dissipating into the air. Seamus knew the old Irish legends well. Her grandmother used to tell stories about magical creatures that inhabited the Green Island long before humans arrived. Among them, he spoke of the puka, a shape-shifting spirit known for its nocturnal antics. The descriptions varied. Sometimes he appeared as a black horse with golden eyes, sometimes as a goat or even a giant rabbit, but it always brought with it an aura of chaos and fun. "Don't be ridiculous," he said to himself, rubbing his tired eyes. "They're just stories for children." But when he returned to his monitoring room, he found his coffee thermos completely empty, although he was sure it was still half full. And next to the thermos, a small puddle of coffee formed the perfect shape of a horseshoe. The rest of the evening passed in a state of nervous anticipation. Seamus spent more time than usual making his rounds, always feeling like something or someone was watching him from the shadows. Occasionally, he caught glimpses of movement out of the corner of his eye. But when he turned around, he found only emptiness. When the sun finally began to rise, turning the sky pink through the warehouse windows, Seamus was exhausted and confused. His notebook, normally filled with 2 or 3 lines a night, now contained pages of unexplained occurrences. As he waited for the morning shift to arrive, he contemplated whether he should mention anything about the night's events. He decided not to. Who would believe a story about a folk spirit getting up to mischief in a modern warehouse? As he left the building, however, he was sure he heard one last giggle, followed by the distinct sound of retreating hooves. And there, near the staff entrance, stood a single coal-black feather, shimmering with an unearthly glow in the morning light. Seamus took it, putting it in his uniform pocket. Something told him that his work routine was about to change drastically, and as he walked home under the morning sky, he couldn't help but smile, thinking that maybe, just maybe, his grandmother's stories weren't just tales to put children to sleep. The following night, Seamus arrived at work earlier than usual. The black feather he had found that morning rested in his pocket, a tangible reminder that the events of the previous night were not just a figment of his solitary imagination. As he made his initial inspection of the building, he noticed that the air seemed thicker, filled with that same sense of expectation he had felt before. Pete, the janitor, was finishing his shift when Seamus found him in the 2nd floor hallway. "Anything strange around here last night?" he asked casually, studying his colleague's reaction. "Nothing out of the ordinary," replied Pete, adjusting his worn cap. Except, he hesitated for a moment. The tools were all out of order this morning. I thought you might have needed them. Seamus just nodded, saving the information. After Pete left, he started to prepare his monitoring room differently. In addition to the usual coffee in the thermos, he also brought a small plate of oatmeal cookies, his grandmother's favorite. She always said that Pukas had a weakness for homemade sweets. If you're there, he said loudly to the seemingly empty room, you're welcome to share my snack. He felt a little foolish, talking to himself, but he remembered his grandmother's stories about how Pukas appreciated good manners and kindness. For a few hours, nothing happened. Seamus made his rounds normally, although he paid extra attention to every shadow and noise. It was during his coffee break, around midnight, that he noticed 2 of the cookies were missing from his plate, although he hadn't heard or seen anything approaching. I hope you enjoyed it, he murmured, a small smile forming on his lips. As if in response, he heard a distant chuckle, followed by the now familiar sound of hooves. This time, instead of trying to locate the source of the noise, Seamus remained in his chair, calmly sipping his coffee. In the reflection of the security monitor, he caught movement, a dark, fluid shape that seemed to dance among the shadows. My grandmother told me about you, he said softly, still without turning around. It said that Pukas are ancient spirits, as old as Ireland itself, that they can be mischievous, but also fair to those who treat them with respect. The sound of hooves stopped, and for a moment the silence in the building was absolute. Then, a voice as soft as a night breeze whispered close to his ear. Your grandmother seemed like a wise woman. Seamus felt a shiver run down his spine, but he maintained his composure. She was, he replied, and it also said that a puka always has a reason for choosing where it makes its home. More giggles filled the air, and this time Seamus could clearly see the creature in the monitor's reflection. A horse as black as the darkest night, with eyes that glittered like ancient gold coins. In the next blink of an eye, it was a silky-haired goat, then a gigantic rabbit, its shapes changing like clouds in the wind. Humans have forgotten the ancient magic, said the voice, now coming from somewhere behind his chair. This place holds memories, memories of times when stories weren't just stories. Seamus nodded slowly, understanding. The warehouse was one of the oldest buildings in the city, built on land that, according to local legends, had once been a meeting place for the Sidhe, the people of fairies. So you've come to claim what's rightfully yours? He asked. A melodious laugh echoed throughout the room. I came to remember, replied the puka. Remember those who can still see, those who can still hear. It was then that Seamus made a decision that would change his work nights forever. Perhaps, he said, finally turning in his chair, we can come to an agreement. You can feel free to remind people as long as it doesn't cause any real harm. In return, perhaps we can share stories during my long nights of wakefulness. For a long moment, there was only silence. Then, right before his eyes, the air began to condense, forming the figure of a tall, slender man, dressed entirely in black, with golden eyes that seemed to contain all the malice and wisdom in the world. A deal, said the puka, an enigmatic smile playing on his lips. Humans rarely understand the weight of agreements with our own. Are you sure this is what you want, Seamus O'Brien? The way the creature pronounced his name made Seamus feel as if she knew not just his name, but every detail of his life. Even so, he remained firm. I'm sure, he replied, as long as we set some boundaries. The puka's smile widened, showing teeth that for a moment seemed too sharp to be human. Limits, he murmured. Yes, we can discuss boundaries and stories. I have many stories to tell, Night Guardian. Stories your grandmother never knew. As the night progressed, Seamus began to realize that his life had changed irrevocably. The deal he was about to make with a creature from ancient Irish legend would certainly bring consequences he could barely imagine. But as he watched the puka casually change form as they discussed the terms of their peculiar partnership, he couldn't help but feel that, for the first time in 15 years, his work nights promised to be truly interesting. What he didn't yet know was that making deals with magical creatures was like trying to hold water in your hands. No matter how careful you are, there's always something that slips through your fingers. The terms of the puka deal turned out to be more complex than Seamus initially imagined. The creature had a peculiar sense of humor and its own interpretation of what constituted real harm. In the week following their initial conversation, the night watchman discovered that his new nocturnal companion had a rather elastic definition of acceptable mischief. You can't keep scaring the morning cleaning staff, Seamus argued one night, after discovering that the puka had rearranged the entire archive in reverse alphabetical order and transformed the boardroom into something resembling a Victorian ballroom. Poor Mrs. Murphy almost had a heart attack when she saw the files floating around. The puka, which at that moment had taken the form of an elegant black cat with golden eyes lying on the security monitor, just swung its tail lazily. She needed some excitement in her life. Plus, I organized everything perfectly, just my way. Seamus sighed, realizing he would need to be more specific in his negotiations. Maybe we can channel your creativity into something less disturbing? The puka's eyes sparkled with interest. Continue, he purred, changing his form to that of the tall, slender man, who seemed to be her favorite for more serious conversations. The stories you promised to share, Seamus began cautiously. Why don't we focus on that? In return, you can have your fun, but in ways that don't cause panic among employees. The puka tilted his head, considering the proposal. Stories have power, Seamus O'Brien. Each one takes its toll on the teller and the listener. Are you ready for this? Before Seamus could respond, a noise from the third floor caught his attention. It was almost 3 a.m, and the building must have been completely empty. The puka smiled that enigmatic smile of his. It appears we have unauthorized company, he said, his form wavering like smoke. How about a practical demonstration of how I can be helpful? Seamus quickly checked the security monitors. 2 hooded figures moved stealthily among the shadows on the 3rd floor, carrying what appeared to be burglary tools. Thieves, Seamus muttered, reaching for the phone to call the police. Ah, no. The puka interfered, placing a translucent hand over the device. Let me show you how we dealt with invaders in ancient times. I promise no one will get hurt permanently. There was something about the way the puka said permanently that made Seamus hesitate. But before he could protest, the creature had already dissolved into the shadows, leaving only the echo of its signature laugh. Over the next few minutes, Seamus watched a series of events on the monitors that seemed straight out of a comedic horror film. The thieves, who initially moved confidently, began to encounter increasingly bizarre obstacles. Tools took on a life of their own and slipped out of their hands. Shadows on the walls took on monstrous shapes. The sound of hooves echoed throughout the hallways, seeming to come from all directions at once. The final blow came when the puka, taking the form of a gigantic black horse with fiery eyes, materialized before the invaders. The scream they let out probably woke up half the block. In their rush to flee, they left behind not only their tools, but also their cell phones and a wallet. When the puka returned to the monitoring room, it was in the form of a small crow, apparently very pleased with itself. See? No real harm. Just a memorable lesson in the dangers of trespassing on other people's property. Seamus couldn't help but laugh, despite his initial concern. I suppose this is an example of the kind of protection you can offer? Among other things, replied the puka, returning to his humanoid form. Now, about those stories, his golden eyes shone with an ancient light. Have you heard about the true origin of fairy circles? Not those simplified stories they tell tourists, but the real story when the Sidhe still danced openly under the moon. And so began a new phase in the peculiar partnership between the night guardian and the shape-shifting spirit. Each night, as Seamus made his rounds, the puka accompanied him, taking on different forms and sharing stories that made traditional fairy tales seem like children's tales. What Seamus didn't realize was that each shared story created a deeper bond between them, and that the puka, in his age-old cunning, was gradually weaving a web of enchantment around the warehouse and its keeper. The consequences of this growing bond would begin to manifest in ways that not even the experienced spirit could fully predict. Meanwhile, warehouse workers began to notice subtle changes in their work environment. The air seemed livelier, the shadows deeper, and occasionally, objects appeared in unlikely places, always accompanied by an inexplicable scent of wet earth and the distant sound of laughter. The puka's stories began to affect Seamus in unexpected ways. During the day, as he tried to sleep, his dreams were populated by images of fairy balls in secret clearings and ancient battles between magical creatures. The ordinary world seemed increasingly opaque in comparison to the wonders his nocturnal companion shared. One particularly cold night, while making his usual rounds, Seamus noticed something different about the puka's behavior. The creature, which normally bounced between forms with joyful abandon, stood constantly like a large black raven, its golden eyes more alert than usual. Is something wrong? Seamus asked, sensing the tension in the air. The puka landed on the stair railing, its feathers shining with an unearthly luster. The veils between the worlds are thin tonight, he replied in his melodious voice. Others may be observing our little arrangement with interest. Others? Seamus felt a shiver run down his spine. What kind of others? The Sidhe are not the only ancient creatures that still walk this world, the puka explained, transforming into his humanoid form. And not all of them are as benevolent as I am in their interactions with mortals. Before Seamus could question further, an icy wind swept through the hallway, turning off all the lights. In the sudden darkness, he could swear he saw shapes moving in the shadows, different from the puka's usual metamorphoses. They were more angular, less fluid, with a kind of mischief that made your heart race. "Stay close," whispered the puka, his form quickly changing to that of an immense black wolf. "Looks like we'll have visitors tonight." The air became thick with a smell of ozone and ancient earth. From the shadows, a figure emerged that made Seamus freeze. She was like a woman, but her skin was as pale as the moon, and her hair seemed to be made of dew-covered spider webs. His eyes, when they fixed on Seamus, were as empty as bottomless pits. "So it's true," the creature spoke, its voice sounding like shattering crystal. "A puka, making deals with a mortal. How times have changed." The wolf puka growled lowly, positioning himself between Seamus and the newcomer. "This is my territory now, Banshee. You have no rights here." The Banshee smiled, revealing needle-sharp teeth. "Rights? Did we talk about rights when mortals built their buildings over our sacred circles? When they covered our hills with concrete?" Seamus felt the weight of the story in her every word. This was no longer just his routine night job. He was in the middle of an ancient dispute between beings that his grandmother had warned him to avoid. With all due respect, Seamus found himself speaking, surprising himself and the creatures. This place may have been built on ancient land, but now it is a place of new stories. The puka is not desecrating anything. It is keeping alive the memory of what was before. The Banshee floated towards him, her face inches from his. The cold emanating from her was so intense that Seamus could see his own breath. "You speak with courage for a mortal," she whispered. "But do you know what happens to those who get too involved in our world?" "He is under my protection," the puka declared, his form growing until he became an even larger version of the wolf. "And you know what it means to break the ancient laws of the land." For a moment, that seemed eternal. The Banshee kept her gaze fixed on Seamus. Then, slowly, a different smile formed on his lips. "Very well." She backed away. "Keep your agreement with the mortal, puka. But remember, the deeper the bonds, the greater the price to pay." With those words, she dissolved into mist, leaving only a trail of ice on the ground where she had been. The lights flickered back to life, and the air gradually lost its otherworldly density. The puka returned to its humanoid form, but Seamus noticed that it seemed more substantial than normal, less ethereal. "You took a risk by speaking to her," the spirit said, his voice mixing concern and admiration. "I couldn't keep quiet," Seamus replied. "This place isn't just my job anymore. It's something more." "Yes," agreed the puka, his golden eyes shining with a new intensity. "It's something more." But Banshee was right on one point. There's always a price to pay when worlds mix. As they continued their rounds, Seamus realized that something fundamental had changed. The veil between the ordinary and the extraordinary had grown even thinner, and the stories the puka told now seemed to resonate with a deeper, more personal truth. In the building around them, shadows danced with a life of their own. and occasionally, Seamus could swear he heard distant music and laughter that didn't just belong to his otherworldly companion. The warehouse was becoming a place where worlds touched, and he, Seamus O'Brien, night keeper and listener of ancient stories, was at the center of this transformation. What he didn't yet know was that Banshee's visit was just the beginning. The delicate balance between the worlds was shifting, and their agreement with the Puka was about to be tested in ways neither could have predicted. In the weeks following his encounter with the Banshee, Seamus noticed subtle changes in himself. His senses seemed sharper, especially during the night hours. I could see better in the darkness. I heard sounds that had previously gone unnoticed, and most intriguingly, I began to notice patterns in the shadows that told their own silent stories. The Puka, in turn, seemed increasingly present, less likely to dissolve into the shadows as it used to. His stories also changed, becoming more personal, more intimate, as if he were sharing not just legends, but memories of centuries of existence. "There was a time," said the Puka one night, as he assumed the form of a black cat lying on the monitoring table, "when all Ireland was awake to magic. Every hill had its guardian, every stream its story, every stone its secret." Seamus, who was organizing nightly reports, noticed a note of melancholy in the spirit's voice that he had never noticed before. "What changed?" "Humans have changed," the Puka replied, his golden eyes fixed on something in the distance. "They began to build walls, not just with stones, but with disbelief. With each generation, fewer people could see, fewer could hear, until we became just stories to lull children to." Movement on the security monitor caught Seamus's attention. On the screen, shadows danced unnaturally on the third floor. "More visitors?" he asked, tense at the memory of the Banshee. The Puka watched the screen with renewed interest. "Not exactly," he replied, his form changing to that of a raven. "They are echoes. The veil is growing thinner in this place, Seamus. Your presence, our connection, is awakening old memories." In previous weeks, daytime employees had begun reporting strange experiences more frequently. Distant music was heard in the empty hallways. The scent of wildflowers filled closed rooms, and occasionally, someone swore they saw figures dancing in the late afternoon shadows. "Is this dangerous?" Seamus questioned, remembering Banshee's warning about the price of mixing worlds. The Puka flew to his shoulder, his feathers brushing gently against his neck. "Ancient magic is never safe, but it is also not inherently malicious. It is like a river. It can feed or drown, depending on how you navigate its currents." That night, during his usual patrol, Seamus began to see more than just shadows on the warehouse walls. He saw fragments of ancient memories, harvest celebrations that had taken place on this very plot of land centuries before the building existed, dances under the moonlight, secret encounters between mortals and magical beings. "What's happening to me?" he whispered, more to himself than to his supernatural companion. The Puka, now in its humanoid form, placed a hand on his shoulder. The touch, surprisingly solid, sent a shiver of ancient energy through his body. "You are awakening, Seamus O'Brien. Every story I've shared, every night we've spent together, has been like drops of magical dew on fertile soil." Suddenly, the air around them began to vibrate with a familiar energy. From the shadows, the ethereal figure of the banshee emerged again, but this time she was not alone. Other forms materialized. Beings of light and shadow, creatures from the old stories her grandmother told. The circle is complete, the banshee announced, her voice echoing like distant bells. The mortal made his choice without even knowing it. Seamus looked at the puka, seeking explanations, but the shape-shifting spirit just smiled his enigmatic smile. Remember when I said there was always a price to pay? When worlds mix? This is the moment of truth, my friend. The creatures formed a circle around them, their shapes shifting and flowing like water in the moonlight. The banshee approached, her empty eyes now glowing with an inner light. Seamus O'Brien, she spoke, you have become a bridge between the worlds through your nights with the puka, through shared stories and accepted magic. You have reopened ancient passages. Now you must choose. Remain as you are, forgetting all you have seen and learned, or accept your new role as guardian, not just of this building, but of the border between the worlds. Seamus's heart was pounding in his chest. He looked around at the mystical creatures that now filled his workplace, at the puka that had become more than a nocturnal companion, at the shadows that danced with ancient stories. If I accept, he asked, what happens? You will always see both sides of the veil, replied the puka. He will be a keeper of stories, a protector of the places where worlds touch. He will no longer be completely mortal, but he will not be completely like us either. Seamus thought about his life before the puka, the lonely nights, the world in black and white, his grandmother's stories that seemed just like fairy tales. He thought about how everything had changed, how the colors seemed more vivid, how every shadow held magical possibilities. I accept, he said simply, and the words seemed to echo with a power of their own. The circle of creatures began to move, dancing an ancient dance around them. The puka held out his hand, his golden eyes shining with approval, and something else, perhaps pride, perhaps affection. Welcome to the twilight between the worlds, said the puka, as ancient magic flowed through the circle, transforming Seamus not into something completely new, but into a truer version of himself. And so, the warehouse became more than just a building. It became a meeting point between the ordinary and the extraordinary, guarded by a man who learned to see beyond the veil, and a shape-shifting spirit who rediscovered the pleasure of sharing stories with someone who could truly understand. Nights would never be the same for Seamus O'Brien, but he had no regrets. After all, some stories need to be experienced to be truly understood. The wind blew gently across the ancient hills of Ireland, carrying with it the echo of a melody as old as the stones themselves. It was the song of Fionnuala, the eldest of King Lear's 4 sons, her crystalline voice echoing across the valleys as she combed the long golden hair of Awaife, her new stepmother. The morning sun was still shy on the horizon, and the shadows of the castle stretched like fingers across the dew-damp lawn. Fionnuala, at the age of 15, had promised her late mother that she would take care of her younger brothers, Aud, Fiacre, and Con, the 3 boys. who played in the castle courtyard under his watchful eye, were his greatest joy and responsibility. Aodh, at the age of 12, already demonstrated his father's nobility in his gestures. The twins Fiatra and Khan, just 9 years old, were inseparable and shared that unique complicity that only twin brothers know. King Lear watched his children from the high window of the castle, his heart divided between his love for the little ones and his growing concern for his new wife, Awefe. He had remarried after the death of Ava, his first wife, hoping to give his children a new mother. Awefe was Eve's sister, and everyone believed that this choice would bring harmony to the kingdom. However, something dark was growing in the new queen's heart, something that not even she fully understood. As Fionuala combed Awife's hair, she could see her stepmother's distant gaze reflected in the polished bronze mirror. There was a mixture of envy and resentment there that the young princess tried to ignore, remaining true to her promise to be kind and respectful. "Tell me more about my sister," Awefa asked frequently, her voice filled with an emotion that was difficult to decipher. The days at the castle followed their own rhythm, marked by children's laughter, history, and music lessons, and banquets where King Lear enjoyed the harmonious voices of his children. It was known throughout the kingdom that the children of Lear had inherited their mother's gift of singing, an ability that seemed to touch the very soul of those who heard them. But as time passed, Oifa began to notice how the king's love for his children seemed to eclipse every other feeling. On festive nights, when the children sang, all eyes turned to them, and the king beamed with pride. The queen, sitting next to him, felt more and more like a shadow, an inadequate replacement for her beloved Eve. Jealousy grew like a weed in his heart, fueled by loneliness and constant comparison with the memory of his sister. Awefo looked at Fionuala, so graceful and loved, and saw in her a reflection of the youth she herself had lost. In the boy's smiles, I found the purity that I could never recover. It was on a particular afternoon, when the sun painted the sky in orange tones, that something inside Oif finally broke. She watched from the window of her chambers as Lear played with the children in the garden, their laughter reaching her like poisoned arrows. In his chest, distorted love turned into something dark and dangerous. That night, while everyone slept, Awif searched for the ancient grimoires hidden deep within the castle. His hands shook as he leafed through the yellowed pages, looking for something that could ease his pain, something that could make the king understand his loneliness. But what he found was much darker, an ancient, powerful, and terrible enchantment. The following days were tense, with Awifi planning every detail of her revenge. She watched the children with a new look, calculating and cold, while pretending to everyone that she was just tired or unwell. Fionuala, sensitive to changes in the castle's environment, tried more than ever to please her stepmother, unaware that every act of kindness only fueled Awifi's resentment. One morning, the queen invited the children for a walk to the lake near the castle, a sacred place for the ancients. Lear, happy to see his wife apparently getting closer to his children, readily agreed to the outing. Fionuala held her younger brother's hands as they walked along the familiar trail, her heart inexplicably heavy. The lake shone like a mirror, In the morning sun, its calm waters reflecting the blue sky above. Awaf guided the children to the shore, where the water was deeper. "Come," she called, with a sweetness that sounded false to Fionuala's attentive ears. "I want to show you something special." It was at that moment that Fionuala saw something change in her stepmother's eyes. An unearthly glow, a darkness that did not belong to this world. Before she could react, Offa began chanting words in an ancient, forbidden language, words that seemed to make the very air tremble around her. The sky suddenly darkened, and an icy wind swept across the lakeshore. Fionuala tried to protect her brothers, but her limbs began to tingle and change. Horror and confusion mixed on their faces as an inexorable transformation began to take over their bodies. The last words Fionuala heard with her human ears were Awifi's curse, condemning them to spend 900 years as swans, 300 in Lake Deravara, 300 in the Sea of Moyle, and 300 on the Isle of Glora. Only their voices would remain as a reminder of their humanity, so that they could sing their sadness through the centuries. And so began the long journey of the children of Lear, transformed by envy into winged creatures, condemned to wander the bodies of water in Ireland. Their story of brotherly love and perseverance would echo through the ages, an eternal reminder of the power of love and the price of revenge. The first winter as swans was the hardest for Lear's children. The waters of Lake Deravara, once so familiar and welcoming, now seemed strange and hostile in their new forms. Fionuala, even transformed, maintained her protective nature, using her white wings to shelter her younger brothers during stormy nights. King Lear, devastated by Awafi's betrayal and the transformation of his beloved children, visited the lake every day. He built a hut on the bank, refusing to return to the castle which now seemed too empty. He spent hours watching the four swans, his heart breaking when he recognized the same expressions in the birds' eyes that his children used to have. When the swans sang, the entire region stopped to listen. Their voices, the only part of their humanity that remained intact, carried a sadness so deep that it made even the toughest of warriors weep. Fionuala led these moments, her crystal-clear voice guiding her brothers in melodies that told their story and kept alive the memory of who they truly were. Awif, after casting the curse, disappeared from the kingdom. It was said that Ava and Awifi's father, furious at his surviving daughter's cruelty, turned her into an air demon, condemned to eternally roam the skies of Ireland. On stormy nights, when the wind howled with particular violence, the brothers wondered if that sound might not be their former stepmother's lament of regret. The years began to pass, and the seasons followed one another in an endless cycle. Lear's children learned to survive in their new condition. Aod, always the most impulsive, discovered how to use the lake's currents to fish. Twins Fiatra and Khan developed a communication system through movements in the water, keeping alive the special bond they shared since birth. As time progressed, the kingdom around the lake changed. King Lear grew old, his hair darkened by time turning white, like the feathers of his children, even when his body no longer allowed long stays by the lake. He still came, leaning on his staff, to listen to the singing of his transformed children. It was during the 100th year of their transformation that the brothers faced their first great trial. A particularly harsh winter froze much of the lake, forcing them to concentrate on a small area that remained unfrozen. The biting ice hurt its paws, and the icy wind bit through its feathers. It was at this time that Fionuala began to sing the old lullabies that her mother used to sing, bringing comfort and reminding everyone of happier times. On a particularly cold night, as they huddled together to stay warm, Khan, the youngest of the twins, asked Fionuala if she thought they would one day become human again. His voice, even in swan form, still carried the childlike innocence he had when he was transformed. Fionuala hesitated before answering, choosing her words carefully so as not to destroy her younger brother's hope. "The curse has an end, dear brother," she replied softly, "and as long as we are together, we will keep our humanity alive through our memories and our love for each other." Days turned into years, and years into decades. The world around the lake was constantly changing. Villages came and went. Generations of people were born, lived and died. But the four swans remained, eternally young in their winged forms, watching the flow of time with eyes that had seen too much. Stories about enchanted swans began to spread throughout Ireland. Travelers went out of their way to visit Lake Derravara, hoping to hear the legendary song of the children of Lear. Many brought offerings, small pieces of bread, wildflowers, and sometimes just their prayers and good intentions. It was during this period that the brothers developed a deep understanding of nature and its cycles. They learned to read signs from the sky, predict storms by the behavior of other animals, and find comfort in the steady rhythm of the seasons. Their connection with the lake became so deep that they could feel every change in its waters, every variation in its currents. As the end of the first 300 years approached, an unrest began to grow among the brothers. The Sea of Moyle awaited them, its turbulent, unpredictable waters so different from the lake they had learned to call home. Fionuala could see the fear in her brother's eyes and knew she needed to be strong for them, even when her own heart was filled with apprehension. On a clear morning, when only a few days remained until her forced departure, Fionuala gathered her brothers for a last sing-along at Lake Derravara. Their voices rose in a melody that spoke of love, loss, and hope, a song that would echo on the lakeshore long after they were gone. It was his farewell not only to the lake, but also to his first home as swans, to the place where his father had spent his last days. When the moment finally arrived, a supernatural wind began to blow, reminding them of the curse that was driving them forward. With a last look at the waters that had sheltered them for 3 centuries, the 4 brothers spread their wings and took to the sky, leaving Lake Derravara behind and heading towards the unknown Sea of Moyle, where new challenges and trials awaited them. The Sea of Moyle proved far more challenging than the 300 years at Lake Derravara. Its turbulent, salty waters were a constant test of resistance for the 4 brothers who had never faced such violent waves or such cutting winds. The air itself had a different taste, permeated with salt and stories of lost sailors. In the first weeks after their arrival, The brothers had to quickly adapt to the new conditions. Fionnuala discovered that her protection techniques needed to be modified. The sea currents were stronger and more unpredictable than the calm waters of the lake. She developed a new system of formation, flying that allowed her younger siblings to benefit from the windbreak created by her wings. Ahod, always the strongest after Fionnuala, took it upon himself to find safe places to rest during storms. He learned to identify small, sheltered coves and bays along the coast where they could take shelter when the sea raged. Twins Fiatra and Khan, meanwhile, have become experts at locating schools of fish, using their unique connection to coordinate their movements in deep water. The nights were particularly difficult on the Sea of Moyle. Unlike the lake, where they knew every corner and had developed a comfortable routine, the sea was always in motion, always changing. The constant sound of waves crashing against the rocks sometimes threatened to overwhelm their voices as they sang, forcing them to develop new, more powerful, and resilient harmonies. It was during a particularly violent storm that the brothers faced one of their greatest challenges. The waves rose like mountains of water, and the wind howled with unearthly fury. In the confusion of the elements, Khan was separated from the others. Fionnuala felt her heart freeze with fear when she realized she couldn't see the youngest of the twins in the storm. For 3 days and 3 nights, the 3 brothers searched tirelessly for Khan, their wailing songs echoing over the turbulent waters. Fionnuala could barely rest, consumed by worry and guilt at not being able to keep everyone together. It was Fiacre who finally found a clue, a familiar pattern in the way some seabirds flew near a small rocky island. When they finally found Khan, he was taking refuge in a small sea cave, exhausted but alive. The reunion was marked by songs of joy that made the waves themselves seem to dance. From that day on, the brothers developed new signs and ways of communicating through the storms, determined never to be separated again. As the years passed at the Sea of Moyle, the brothers began to notice changes in the world around them. Different ships began to cross the waters, vessels larger and more elaborate than the ones they knew. The languages spoken by the sailors were also different, and little by little, the brothers learned to recognize words and phrases in different languages. One of the most surprising discoveries was realizing that his story had spread far beyond the borders of Ireland. Sailors from distant lands sometimes stopped their ships when they heard swan songs, recognizing in the melodies the ancient legends they had heard on their travels. Some left small offerings floating in the waters, colored ribbons, small protective amulets, or simply words of comfort carried by the wind. Time at the Sea of Moyle also brought a deeper understanding of his own transformation, observing the changing tides and the migrations of other birds. The brothers began to accept that they were part of something bigger than themselves. Her story wasn't just about a curse, but about adaptation, survival, and the unbreakable power of family love. Fionnuala, in particular, developed a new perspective on her responsibility as the eldest. On calm nights, when the stars reflected on the surface of the sea like thousands of sparkling jewels, she shared with her brothers not only memories of their human past, but also reflections on everything they had learned on their journey. See how the sea never stays the same, she said, and yet it remains the sea. Perhaps it is so with our own nature. We change in our outer form, but our essence, our love for each other, remains constant like the stars above. Fionuala's words brought comfort not only to her brothers, but to herself. Each challenge overcome at the Sea of Moyle made them stronger, more united. The initial fear of the turbulent waters had transformed into a kind of reverent respect for the power and mystery of the sea. The years continued to pass, marked by the eternal rhythm of the tides. The brothers learned to find beauty even in the most difficult times, in the glow of the rising sun on the waves, in the graceful flight of seagulls, in the hypnotic dance of seaweed in the depths. Their song evolved, incorporating the sounds of the sea and the stories of the creatures that inhabited it. As the end of their time at the Sea of Moyle approached, the brothers realized that they had changed profoundly. They were no longer the frightened creatures that had arrived there 300 years before. The sea had taught them about strength, adaptability, and, above all, the importance of remaining united in the face of adversity. On a particularly clear night, when the full moon illuminated the waters with its silvery light, the four brothers felt that familiar restlessness again. It was the call of the curse, announcing that it was time to leave for their final destination, the island of Glora. With a mixture of apprehension and determination, they prepared for the last leg of their journey, carrying with them the lessons and strength that the Sea of Moyle had given them. The trip to Glora Island was marked by a mixture of hope and apprehension. The sons of Lear had been strengthened by their experiences at the Sea of Moyle, but they knew that this would be their last and longest challenge. The island, situated in the far west of Ireland, was known for its unforgiving winters and wild nature. When they arrived, they realized that Glora was unlike anything they had known before. It was a place where sea and land met in an eternal dance, with craggy cliffs emerging from the turbulent waters. The sound of the wind through the rock formations created strange melodies, as if the island itself was singing its own lonely song. Fionuala, always attentive to the needs of her brothers, soon identified a small brackish lake near the coast that would be perfect for their new home. It was sheltered enough to shelter them from the worst storms, but still maintained a connection to the sea that they had grown to love during their time on the Moyle. The first years in Glora brought new challenges. The isolation was more intense than anything they had experienced before. They rarely saw humans, except for occasional fishermen who ventured to the island in search of abundant schools. These seafaring men, upon hearing the swan song, often stopped their work, enchanted by the melody that seemed to carry centuries of history in each note. It was during this period that the brothers began to notice deeper changes in the world around them. The vessels they occasionally saw were increasingly larger and stranger. The fishermen's costumes had changed, and the languages they heard were increasingly diverse. The world was changing rapidly as they remained trapped in their winged forms, watching the flow of time like eternal spectators. Aud, always the most observant after Fionuala, began to notice signs of an even greater transformation. The ancient stories they heard from the rare visitors spoke of changes in people's beliefs. The old gods were being replaced by a new god, and different temples were beginning to appear throughout Ireland. One afternoon, while swimming near the coast, they saw something that would profoundly change their understanding of the time they had spent transformed. A small monastery being built on a nearby island. The monks, dressed in simple habits, worked tirelessly, building stone walls and singing chants that reminded the brothers of their own melodies. Fionnuala felt an immediate connection with those men dedicated to the contemplation and preservation of ancient stories. Little by little, the brothers began to approach the monastery, attracted by the peace that emanated from that sacred place. The monks, in turn, recognized something special in those 4 swans that sang with almost human voices. One young monk in particular, named Mocha Omhog, began to spend time watching the swans. He noticed how they seemed to understand human language, and how their songs carried a deep melancholy that touched the souls of everyone who heard them. Over time, Mocha Omhog began to suspect that there was something more to these creatures than just birds. It was during a full moon night that something extraordinary happened. As the brothers sang their story, as they had done for centuries, Mocha Omhog began to understand the words in their melody. It was as if a veil had been lifted, allowing him to understand the true nature of the swans and the curse that imprisoned them. The monk began to visit the brothers regularly, bringing not only food for their bodies, but also comfort for their souls. He shared with them stories of the changes in the world, and most importantly, he told them about the new faith that was transforming Ireland. Years turned into decades, and decades into centuries. The small monastery grew to become an important center for learning and preserving ancient Irish stories. Monks began recording the legend of the sons of Lear in their manuscripts, ensuring that their story would survive through the ages. Fionnuala and her brothers found new purpose in their existence in Glora. Their voices, which had previously sung only their sadness, now joined the chants of the monks in a harmony that seemed to unite the old and the new, the pagan and the Christian, in a single, powerful melody. As they approached the end of their time in Glora, the brothers realized that their transformation had been more than just physical. They had become guardians of ancient wisdom, living witnesses to the transformation of a world. Its story, preserved by the monks and sung in their own voices, had become part of the very fabric of the island. And so, as the end of their curse approached, the children of Lear waited with a mixture of hope and apprehension. 900 years had passed like a long, strange dream, and they could barely remember what it was like to have human form, but their humanity, preserved through their love for each other and their songs, remained intact, awaiting the moment of their final release. The final moment of transformation approached with the same inevitability as the sunrise. Lear's children could feel the change in the air, an ancient vibration that made their feathers ruffle. The young monk, Mocha Omhog, who had become his most devoted friend over the years, also realized that something extraordinary was about to happen. One particularly cold morning, the sound of distant bells began to echo across the island. It was not the monastery bells, but an older, deeper call, as if the very stones of Glora were awakening from a long slumber. Fionnuala was the first to hear it. her winged heart quickening with recognition of something familiar in that sound. It was the same frequency as the magical words Aoife had used so many centuries ago. The four brothers gathered in the shallow waters near the beach, their bodies shivering not only from the cold, but from the anticipation of what was to come. Mokaomhog watched from the bank, holding a golden bell that had been passed down through generations of monks, supposedly blessed with the power to break ancient curses. The sky began to change, impossible colors dancing among the clouds. The waters around the swans began to glow with an inner light, as if thousands of stars had decided to dive into the sea. Fionuala spread her wings over her brothers one last time, a protective gesture that had become as natural as breathing over the centuries. "We're together," she sang softly, her voice mingling with the wind. "As we always have been, as we always will be." The first ray of morning sunlight touched the water, and with it came transformation. It was different from the first time. There was no pain, no fear, just a feeling of warmth that spread from the tips of their wings to the center of their bodies. The white feathers began to glow and dissolve like morning mist, slowly revealing the human form that had been dormant for so long. Fionuala felt her fingers first, human fingers she hadn't touched in 900 years. Then came the arms, the legs, and finally, she was standing in the shallow water, a young woman again, exactly as she was on the day of her transformation. Beside him, his brothers also resumed their original forms. But there was something different. Although their bodies were young, their eyes carried the wisdom of 9 centuries. Aod, now a boy of 12 again, had the bearing of an ancient warrior. The twins, Fiatra and Khan, their childish faces restored, held in their gaze the depths of the ocean they had called home for so long. Mokaomhog ran towards them, carrying cloaks to cover their naked bodies. Tears ran down his face as he helped his brothers out of the water. The monk could now clearly see the nobility in their bearing, the royal lineage that not even 900 years, like swans, had managed to erase. But the transformation brought with it an unexpected revelation. The time they had spent in their winged forms had not been in vain. Every experience, every storm faced, every sunrise observed had become part of who they were. When Fionuala opened her human lips to speak, for the first time, her voice still carried the melody of the wind over the sea of Moyle. The days that followed were of adaptation and discovery. The brothers had to relearn how to use their human bodies, to walk instead of swim, to use hands instead of wings. But some things remained: their connection to nature, their ability to understand the language of birds, and most importantly, the unbreakable bond they shared. The monastery became their new home, a place where they could share their story with future generations. Mokaomhog dedicated himself to recording every detail of his journey, aware that he was preserving not just a legend, but a living testament to the transformation of Ireland itself. Fionuala, now able to use her hands again, began weaving tapestries that told her story. Into each strand she wove memories of 300 years at Lake Derivara, the storms of the Sea of Moyle, and the contemplative solitude of Glora. His creations were living works of art, which seemed to sing when touched by the wind. The years passed, and Lear's children found their place in this new world. Although their bodies remained young, as they had been at the time of transformation, they carried with them the wisdom of their experiences. They became teachers, storytellers, guardians of a tradition that united the old and the new. On full moon nights, it was still possible to hear them singing on the shores of the island. Their voices, now in their human forms, carried even more power. They were hymns that spoke of perseverance, of brotherly love, and of the human spirit's ability to transcend any curse. The story of the sons of Lear has become more than just a legend. It was a reminder that life's most profound transformations are not always curses, but opportunities for growth and understanding. Their voices have continued to echo through the centuries, carrying with them the magic and wisdom of their unique experiences. And so, Fionuala and her brothers discovered that their true transformation had not been from humans to swans and back to humans, but a much deeper journey, a transformation of the soul that had taught them the true meaning of the eternity of love and the strength of the human spirit. In the crystalline depths of the ocean, where the sunlight danced in shades of blue and emerald across the waters, there was a majestic kingdom ruled by the mighty King Triton. His long silver hair waved with the sea currents, and his golden trident shone with the same intensity as his wise eyes. Among her 7 daughters, Marina the youngest was considered the most beautiful and mysterious of all. Marina had a voice that made the corals vibrate and the fish stop to listen. Her red hair floated like submerged flames, and her green eyes carried a curious gleam that reflected her restless soul. Unlike her sisters, who were content with the wonders of the underwater world, Marina dreamed of something more, something beyond the surface that intrigued her so much. In the palace of coral and pearls, Marina spent hours contemplating her secret treasure, a small cave full of objects recovered from shipwrecks, porcelain plates, silverware watches that had stood the test of time, and books with pages stained by salt water made up her private collection. Her best friend Sebastian, a cautious red crab, always accompanied her on her explorations, even though he constantly tried to dissuade her from her fascination with the human world. "Princess Marina, you know your father wouldn't approve of this," Sebastian would say, walking sideways over a coral shelf. "The world above is dangerous for us sea creatures." But Marina just smiled, twirling a fork between her delicate fingers. "How can something that creates such interesting objects be dangerous, Sebastian? Look at that. Humans call it a fork and use it to eat. Isn't it fascinating?" The young mermaid knew that her 15th birthday was just around the corner, the age at which mermaids were allowed to surface for the first time. Her older sisters had already made the journey, and each had come back with stories that fed her curiosity even more. Stories about birds flying against the blue sky, about ships cutting through the waves like wooden giants, and about humans dancing under the stars. On a particularly stormy night, when the sea currents were stronger than usual, Marina noticed an unusual movement in the waters above. A majestic ship was cutting through the waves, and colored lights were exploding in the dark sky. Unable to contain her curiosity, she swam to the surface, ignoring Sebastian's desperate protests. As she surfaced, her heart raced at the most breathtaking sight she had ever seen. The ship was even bigger than she had imagined, decorated with colorful flags that danced in the wind. Music and laughter echoed through the air, and Marina approached, silently hiding behind one of the ship's large wheels. It was then that she saw him for the first time, a young prince with black hair and a gentle smile was dancing on deck surrounded by sailors and courtiers. His name was Eric, as Marina discovered from listening to the conversations above. There was something in his blue eyes that captivated her instantly, a kindness and vivacity that made her completely forget the world around her. But the happiness of that moment was brutally interrupted when dark clouds covered the stars and lightning cut through the sky. In a matter of minutes, a violent storm formed, turning the sea into a furious monster that shook the ship as if it were a toy. Marina watched in horror as the giant waves battered the ship. The sailors fought bravely against the fury of the sea, but it was a losing battle. Lightning struck the main mast, and flames began to devour the ship. In the midst of the chaos, Marina saw Prince Eric trying to help his crew, but a particularly strong wave threw him overboard. Without hesitation, she dived in after him. The waters were murky and choppy, but her mermaid eyes could see clearly through the darkness. She found the prince unconscious and sinking fast. With all her strength, she swam to him and wrapped her arms around him, fighting against the currents to bring him to the surface. The coast was not far away, but every moment was precious. Marina swam with determination, keeping the prince's face above water, singing softly to him an ancient melody of her people. When she finally reached the shore, the sky was beginning to lighten and the storm was diminishing in strength. She laid the prince gently on the sand, watching his pale face with concern. He was still breathing, but unconscious. Marina stroked his face with trembling fingers, feeling something awaken in her heart that she had never felt before. "Please live," she whispered, her melodious voice laden with emotion. "You have to live." The sound of approaching voices forced her back to the sea, but her eyes remained fixed on the figure of the prince until a young woman found him on the beach. Marina dived into the deep waters with a heart heavy with love and worry, knowing that her life would never be the same again. Back at the underwater palace, she ignored Sebastian's sermons about the danger she had been in. Her thoughts were fixed on Prince Eric, his gentle smile, and the moments she held him in her arms. It was then that she made a decision that would change her destiny forever. She would find a way to be part of his world, no matter what the price. In the darkness of her coral room, Marina began to map out her plan, still unaware of the high price that fate would charge for her dream of love. In the shadows of the ocean depths, the sea witch watched through her magical eyes, smiling mischievously as she waited for the young mermaid to take the first step towards her transformative destiny. In the days that followed Prince Eric's rescue, Marina became more distant and dreamy than ever. She would spend hours near the surface, hiding behind rocks near the beach, where she had left him, hoping to catch a glimpse of him walking along the sand. Her sisters noticed the change in her behavior, and concern began to spread throughout the underwater palace. "Marina is different," commented Pearl, the eldest of the sisters, during a family dinner. She hardly touches her food and spends her days sighing in the corners. King Triton watched his youngest daughter with growing concern. He knew that distant look, well, the same one their mother had when she fell in love with him years ago. However, love between a mermaid and a human was something forbidden, too dangerous to even consider. One afternoon, while watching the prince from her usual position, Marina was surprised by Flounder, a little yellow fish, who was her childhood friend. "Marina, you can't go on like this," he said worriedly. "You're hurting yourself more and more." "I can't help it, Flounder," she replied, her green eyes fixed on Eric's distant figure. "Every time I see him, my heart seems to want to jump out of my chest. I need to find a way to be part of his world." It was then that Marina began to hear stories about Ursula, the sea witch. Whispers among the ocean currents spoke of her power to make impossible wishes come true for a price. Living in a cave in the darkest parts of the ocean, Ursula was feared by everyone, including King Triton himself. Sebastian, sensing Marina's thoughts, tried to intervene. "Princess, please get these thoughts out of your head. Ursula is dangerous. She destroys lives." But Marina had already made up her mind. One moonless night, while the palace slept, she quietly slipped out of her room. Sebastian and Flounder, who were watching her, tried to stop her, but her determination was greater than any warning. The path to Ursula's cave was dark and frightening. Deformed sea creatures, former victims of the witch, writhed on the seabed, their eyes glowing with silent warnings. Marina swam through them, her heart beating hard against her chest. The entrance to the cave looked like the mouth of a sea monster, with rock formations resembling pointed teeth. 2 eels, Flotsam and Jetsam, glided around them, their yellow eyes twinkling mischievously. "Welcome, little princess," their voices echoed in unison. "The lady has been waiting for you." Inside the cave, Ursula emerged from the shadows. Half woman, half octopus, she had a sinister beauty that mesmerized. Her white hair floated like tentacles around her face, and a calculating smile played on her purple lips. "I know exactly why you're here, dear," said Ursula, her honeyed voice echoing off the cave walls. "You want to join your beloved prince in the surface world." Marina nodded, trying to hide her fear. "Yes, that's what I want, more than anything." "Well, that can be arranged," replied Ursula, swimming over to a large cauldron. "I can turn your tail into human legs, but the price will be high. You'll have to give me your voice." "My voice?" Marina asked, putting her hand to her throat. "Exactly. And there are more conditions." The witch continued her tentacles, moving sinuously. "Every step you take will be like stepping on sharp needles. You'll have 3 days to make the prince fall in love with you and give you a kiss of true love. If you fail at sunrise, on the 4th day, you'll turn into sea foam." Marina hesitated for a moment, thinking about the consequences. How could she make Eric fall in love with her without her voice? How could she bear the pain at every step? But the image of the prince, his gentle smile and kind eyes, strengthened her resolve. "I accept," she said firmly. Ursula smiled, revealing pointed teeth. With a gesture, she made a golden contract appear. "Then sign here, dear." Marina took the offered quill, and with trembling hands signed her name. Immediately, a magical whirlwind enveloped her. Ursula began to sing an ancient and sinister song, her hands weaving complex spells in the air. A golden light came out of Marina's throat, her voice materializing in the shape of a small, glowing sphere. Ursula captured it in a shell necklace that she hung around her own neck. At the same moment, a sharp pain shot through Marina's body, her tail splitting into two human legs. Unable to breathe underwater with her new human lungs, Marina began to struggle desperately. Flounder and Sebastian, who had followed their friend there, rushed to help her, bringing her quickly to the surface. When they emerged, the sun was rising over the horizon, painting the sky pink and gold. Marina was taken to the same beach where she had saved Eric, her body trembling at the new sensation of the waves against her human skin. Every movement was torture, as Ursula had warned, but in her heart, a burning hope burned. Lying on the sand, watching the sun rise, Marina knew that her real journey had only just begun. 3 days to win Eric's love. 3 days to fulfill her dream or face a tragic fate. The clock was ticking, and with it, the biggest challenge of her life. The sun was already up when Marina heard voices approaching from the beach. Sebastian and Flounder quickly dived into the waves, leaving her alone on the sand. With difficulty, she sat up using pieces of a torn sail she found on the beach to cover her body. Every movement was an indescribable torture, as if thousands of needles were piercing her newly formed feet. It was then that she recognized him. Eric was walking along the beach, accompanied by his faithful dog, Max and Grimsby, his royal advisor. Marina's heart raced when their gazes met. Eric ran towards her, genuinely worried about the mysterious young woman he had met. "Are you all right? What happened?" he asked, taking off his coat and putting it over her shoulders. Marina tried to answer, but no sound came from her throat. She put her hand to her throat, remembering the price she had paid. "She seems to have been shipwrecked, Your Highness," observed Grimsby, "and she's apparently lost her voice." Eric helped Marina to her feet, supporting her as her legs shook with the stabbing pain. "Let's get you to the palace. You need medical attention and proper clothing." At the castle, Marina was met by Carlotta, the housekeeper, who helped her with a hot bath and dressed her in a beautiful blue dress. While her skilled hands combed Marina's long red hair, Carlotta chattered happily about the prince and his search for the mysterious young woman who had saved him during the storm. "He talks of nothing but this girl with the most beautiful voice he's ever heard," Carlotta commented, not noticing how Marina paled at her words. "He's determined to find her and make her his wife." During dinner that night, Marina made an effort to behave like a lady of the surface, carefully observing how the others used the cutlery, the forks that fascinated her so much in her underwater collection. Eric couldn't take his eyes off her, enchanted by her natural grace and genuine curiosity about everything around her. "You remind me of someone," he said, studying her face. "Your eyes have something familiar about them." Marina smiled, wishing desperately that she could tell him the truth, that she was the one who had saved him. Over the next few days, Eric dedicated himself to showing Marina his kingdom. Despite the constant pain in her feet, she accompanied him at all times, amazed at each new discovery of the human world. They took carriage rides through the city, danced in the market to the sound of street musicians, even if every step was agony. and shared quiet moments in the palace gardens. Sebastian and Flounder watched them discreetly from the shore, hoping that Marina would manage to win the prince's love before it was too late. The crab even organized a choir of sea creatures to create a romantic atmosphere during a boat trip, but his efforts were interrupted by noisy seagulls. On a particularly beautiful afternoon, Eric took Marina for a boat trip on the lagoon. The sun was setting over the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold that reminded Marina of her home in the deep. Eric rowed gently, his eyes fixed on her. "You know," he began, "since you came along, something has changed in me. It's as if, like I've been waiting for you without knowing it." Marina felt her heart race at these words. Eric leaned towards her, their faces ever closer, but before their lips could touch the boat, rocked violently, almost capsizing, two familiar figures slid into the dark waters, Flotsam and Jetsam Ursula's eels, who had been sent to make sure Marina failed in her mission. The moment was broken, and Eric quickly rowed back to the shore, concerned for Marina's safety. As they walked back to the castle, he held her hand affectionately, but something in his gaze had changed a shadow of doubt or worry that hadn't been there before. That night alone in her room, Marina watched the stars through the window, thinking of her family in the depths of the ocean. King Triton had noticed their disappearance and ordered searches throughout the underwater kingdom. Her sisters swam tirelessly, calling out to her, their worried voices echoing through the waters. From his lookout post on the beach, Sebastian watched the castle with apprehension. Time was running out fast. Marina had just one more day to get the kiss of true love. Ursula's words echoed in his mind like a dark omen. "If you fail at sunrise, on the fourth day, you will turn into sea foam." In the darkness of her cave, Ursula watched everything through her crystal ball, a mischievous smile on her purple lips. "Soon, very soon," she murmured, stroking the necklace that held Marina's voice. "Triton's daughter will be mine, and then the kingdom of the sea itself will fall into my hands." Marina's fate hung by a thread balanced between Eric's growing love and the relentless time that was running against her. The stars shone in the night sky as silent witnesses to her dilemma, while the sea whispered ancient melodies of love and loss in the dark depths. The next morning, a commotion swept through the castle. A mysterious young woman had arrived on the beach, her melodious voice echoing through the halls of the palace. Eric, upon hearing that familiar song, ran towards her as if bewitched. Marina watched from her bedroom window, her heart clenching, as she recognized her own voice coming from the stranger's lips. It was Vanessa, actually Ursula, in disguise, wearing the necklace that contained Marina's stolen voice. Her long black hair and violet dress contrasted with her pale skin, and her eyes sparkled with a malice that only Marina seemed to notice. "It's her," exclaimed Eric, amazed. "The voice I've been looking for so long. The girl who saved me from shipwreck." Marina tried desperately to get his attention, to make him realize the mistake. But without her voice, her gestures just looked like the expression of a jealous young woman. Grimsby, impressed by the developments, immediately began preparations for a royal wedding. "The wedding will take place tomorrow, at sunset on the royal ship," he announced, while Vanessa smiled triumphantly, her necklace glinting subtly in the daylight. Sebastian and Flounder watched in horror from the beach. "We need to do something," exclaimed the little fish, swimming nervously in circles. "That witch is fooling everyone." Marina spent the rest of the day following Eric and Vanessa around the castle, her heart breaking. Every time she saw him smile at the imposter, the pain in her feet seemed insignificant compared to the agony in her chest. When night came, she took refuge in the palace gardens, letting her silent tears fall into the sea. It was then that Scuttle, a seagull, who was always in the way, but Marina's loyal friend, came flying in. "Marina, Marina, you won't believe what I've seen." The seagull began to tell how she had witnessed Vanessa in her bedroom, her true sea witch form revealed in a mirror as she laughed and plotted her revenge on King Triton. With this revelation, a plan began to form. Sebastian dived into the depths to warn King Triton, while Flounder rounded up all the sea creatures he could find. Scuttle flew in to mobilize his fellow gulls and other seabirds. The morning of the wedding arrived with a surprisingly clear sky. The royal ship was magnificently decorated with flowers and ribbons, and guests from all over the kingdom arrived to celebrate. Marina, dressed in a simple pink dress, watched the preparations with a heavy heart, knowing that at sunset, her fate would be sealed. When the ceremony began, Vanessa walked the deck of the ship like a true queen, her white wedding dress trailing behind her. Eric seemed to be in a kind of trance, his eyes glazed over and an empty smile on his face. Suddenly, the sky was filled with dozens of seabirds. Seagulls dived towards Vanessa, tugging at her hair and dress. Dolphins and seals shook the ship, while crabs and starfish climbed up the hull, creating controlled chaos. In the midst of the confusion, Vanessa's necklace broke, releasing Marina's voice in a golden sphere that floated back to its true owner. The moment the voice returned to her throat, Marina began to sing, and Eric finally awoke from the spell. "It was you," he exclaimed, running towards her. "You saved me that night." But before they could get any closer, the sun began to set over the horizon. Vanessa now revealed, as Ursula let out a terrible laugh that echoed across the sea. "Too late, little princess." Marina felt a sharp pain run through her body as her legs began to transform back into a mermaid's tail. Ursula, regaining her true form, grabbed Marina with her tentacles and dived into the sea, dragging her with her. "Marina!" shouted Eric, without hesitating to dive in after them. In the depths, King Triton appeared, his trident glowing menacingly. "Ursula, free my daughter." "Oh, but we have a contract, Triton dear," replied the sea witch, displaying the golden parchment with Marina's signature. Unless what?" asked the king, his voice trembling slightly. "Unless you want to take her place," suggested Ursula, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "Her crown for her life. What do you say, your majesty?" Marina tried to protest, but Ursula's tentacles held her firmly in place. Above them, Eric swam desperately, looking for a way to help, while Sebastian and Flounder tried to guide him through the dark waters. King Triton looked at his youngest daughter, seeing in her the same unconditional love that her mother had shown years ago. With a flick of his trident, he pointed to the contract, turning Marina's signature into his own. "No, Dad," cried Marina, but it was too late. A magical whirlwind enveloped King Triton, and within seconds, he had transformed into a small sea creature, another of Ursula's many imprisoned souls. The sea witch grabbed the crown and trident, her power growing exponentially as she laughed maniacally. The kingdom of the sea is finally mine. Marina floated in shock, watching her transformed father, while Eric continued to swim towards her. The darkness of the deep seemed to swallow up all hope, but in his eyes shone a fierce determination. The battle for the kingdom of the sea had only just begun, and Marina knew she would need all her courage and Eric's love to face what lay ahead. Ursula grew in size and power, Triton's trident amplifying her dark magic as she rose from the depths of the ocean. The surface of the sea began to bubble violently, and a storm formed in the sky, with lightning cutting through the dark clouds. Marina, seeing her father transformed into a helpless little sea creature, felt an unknown force grow inside her. Eric, who was still swimming nearby, finally managed to reach her. Their eyes met in the midst of the chaos, and in that moment, they both knew what they needed to do. "The necklace," shouted Sebastian, swimming frantically around them. "The necklace she wore before still has some of the original magic." Marina dived towards the wreckage of the ship, where she had first met Eric, with him following close behind. Among the debris, the necklace glowed faintly, still bearing traces of Ursula's original spell. Meanwhile, above them, the sea witch was using her trident to create a gigantic whirlpool, bringing shipwrecks up from the depths. "Poor unfortunate souls," thundered Ursula, her voice echoing across the ocean. "Behold your new queen." Marina reached for the necklace, just as one of the resurfaced ships almost crushed them. Eric, displaying extraordinary courage, swam through the floating wreckage, grabbing a broken spear from one of the figureheads. Marina's sisters emerged from the turbulent waves, bringing with them an army of sea creatures. Even mermaids and tritons from distant kingdoms came to their aid, recognizing the threat Ursula posed to all the oceans. "We need to take the trident from her," shouted Marina to Eric, her voice barely audible over the roar of the storm. Flounder and Sebastian coordinated a diversionary attack, leading schools of fish that swam in formation, confusing the sea witch's vision. The seagulls, led by Scuttle, plunged from the sky like arrows, striking Ursula in the face. Eric, taking advantage of the distraction, swam over to one of the resurfaced ships and began to climb its sloping hull. Marina followed her tail, providing enough momentum to keep up with him. The necklace around her neck began to glow more brightly as they approached Ursula. "Insignificant insects!" roared the witch, shooting lightning bolts from her trident in all directions. One of them hit the ship, where Eric and Marina were causing it to tilt dangerously. It was then that Marina realized what she needed to do. Concentrating on the love she felt for Eric, for her father, for her family, and for the ocean itself, she began to sing, her voice amplified by the residual magic of the necklace, created a harmony that made the waters vibrate. The souls imprisoned by Ursula, including King Triton, began to resonate with Marina's melody. The sea witch felt her power falter, the trident trembling in her hands. Eric, seeing his chance, threw the spear with all his might, hitting Ursula's arm and causing her to drop the trident. Marina dived to catch it, but Ursula was quicker, grabbing her with her tentacles. "Did you really think you could beat me, little princess?" At that crucial moment, Eric leapt from the ship, grabbing the trident before it sank into the depths. With one swift movement, he threw it towards Marina, who managed to free herself from Ursula's tentacles, using her tail as leverage. Holding her father's trident, Marina felt its power flow through her. The music in her heart turned into pure energy, and with a cry that mixed pain and determination, she pointed the trident at Ursula. A ray of golden light pierced the sea witch's chest. Ursula began to fall apart, her gigantic body turning into dark foam that dissipated into the waves. With her destruction, all her curses were broken. The imprisoned souls returned to their original forms, including King Triton, who regained his crown and majestic appearance. The storm began to calm down, and the sun broke through the clouds. Marina swam over to Eric, who was floating exhausted on the surface. Her father watched them, finally understanding the depth of the love between them. "Marina, my daughter," said King Triton, his voice gentle, "you have shown more courage and true love than I ever imagined possible." With a flick of his trident, which Marina returned respectfully, he created an arc of golden light that enveloped his youngest daughter. Marina felt a familiar tingle run through her body, but this time there was no pain, just a warm sensation of transformation. "Go ahead, my little one," smiled Triton. "Live your life with the one who won your heart." Marina looked at her legs human again, and then at Eric, who was smiling with tears in his eyes. They swam together to the beach, where they were greeted by a crowd who had witnessed the epic battle. The wedding was celebrated both on land and at sea. Sea creatures and humans gathered to witness the union that bridged the distance between two worlds. Marina, radiant in her white dress, could see her sisters smiling from the waves, while Sebastian led a choir of fish that sang joyfully. Eric and Marina built their castle by the sea with a staircase that went straight down to the water, allowing her to visit her family whenever she wished. Over time, they became a bridge between the two worlds, promoting peace and understanding between humans and sea creatures. At night, when the moon shone over the waves, Marina still sang the ancient melodies of her people, her voice carrying stories of love, courage, and sacrifice across the waters. And in every note, in every word, was the reminder that true love has the power to transcend any barrier, even those between land and sea.